picture of this bill? Information.
We got them.
Oh, you already got it?
Yeah.
Never mind. Thank you so much.
They're on the
Yeah,
display,
there's.
make sure they're correct.
No, may I see that again? I'm so sorry.
They gave us their names, right?
What's their names? Does it match the
Yeah, this matches it.
Hartman.
So I don't think you're on 2.
Oh, I just got their thing.
They might have put you back on. I don't know what they call 1 and 2. You might be back over in the same one you were before.
What's your name?
Eric Gerler.
On this one.
It's no, someone's playing on Center Court 1. I'll double check.
It said CC2.
CC Ryder.
Hey, Ethan, can you grab that ball? That's fine.
I'll sit here till whomever comes. I guess.
Yeah, if George comes here too, then you're safe.
Yeah. I mean, I'm surprised.
I know you played Magnus a couple times, yeah?
Matthias, yeah.
Matthias, sorry.
Yeah.
You were close with him once somewhere.
The first time was like 11-8, 11-3. The second time was more recently 11-0, 11-6. But I also didn't have a two-handed backhand, and now I did. And that was my biggest weakness was my backhand. I can, yeah.
We're not here, George. We're not up yet. We're not up yet.
Are you controlling the time this court?
We're ready when you're ready. Yeah.
Okay, I don't have to wait for your thumbs up.
Nope.
Thumbs are up. Alright, so he's Hartman's for 1. Right?
So I don't know which one is which. You asked them.
This is Hartman.
Okay. Do you know, is this a game to 15 or 2 out of 3? That will show when you pulled it up. It will show.
They just gave us their names.
How'd they give them to you?
They just,
Their
the players
lips.
gave them.
Oh.
Cheated.
Okay. Because I instructed them, the ref's always going to come over and give it to you now.
You know
So you
what?
can do it that way too. And then it'll give you whether there's a 2 out of 3. If you pull up on... Well,
You know.
hey, do you know... Is this a 15 or a 2 out of 3? Do you know?
That Hartman Anderson.
Yeah.
It's 2 out of 3.
All right. It's a 2 out of 3. You can set it up to 11.
Okay, so this is 2.
I played him in Red Ross.
Because everything is... The serve gets 1.
Good morning here from the Tournament of Champions. This is our singles day. We have a senior men's pro match. Hartman Anderson and Chuck Teals. I'm Kyle. I'll call this first match. We'll hopefully have a whole bunch of different commentators throughout the week. This is a winner's bracket match. It's a 2 out of 3 to 11. Hartman's serving. They're using a 2-ref system here. Championship courts, even in singles. They're using a 2-ref system. Just early in the day, we've already seen so many players using these carbon fiber technology paddles. We have a EULA and a CRBN paddle. Chuck had a nice passing shot. Score the first point of the match. It's 1-0. You're going to see he's attacking the backhand, driving ball that side. Tournament champions this year continues to grow. Partnered with the PPA, we have 24 courts going with certified or level 1, level 2 refs on all courts. So early on here, we're at 1-2. Hartman serving to Chuck. Hartman set that up well. He attacked the backhand, got Chuck off balance, and then drove it through. In the open court, tie the match up at 2. Server always serves from the even side, which is the right-hand side, when they're an even number, and from the odd side, the left-hand side, when they're an odd number. Oh, he had it.
Did your wife come up? No.
It's the kid's first day of school. Oh, that's it's like, this is a tough one. 2-2.
All right, we have senior pro Eric Gertler joining us. He's actually in this bracket, won his first round match today, Eric. I saw you hit many good shots, had a good battle out there.
Yeah, it was a good warm-up. First match, it looks like there's going to be some tough competition today. It's already getting pretty warm for so early in the morning, but I'm ready and looking forward to the rest of the day.
Yeah, it's fun to see the names we know out here, but also some new names. I think your first round match, you did not know who you were playing.
No, he was from Florida, I know that, but he was, when we were warming up, I was pretty worried.
Yeah.
He was looking pretty good, and I just came out kind of on fire and got it done. But yeah, a lot of good competition here today.
Absolutely. I know you've been traveling around the country playing a lot of different tournaments. What is your schedule? How many matches, how many tournaments a year are you traveling to right now?
So I'm hoping to do somewhere between 8 and 10 tournaments this year. It's my first year as a senior pro. Just turned 50. I'm feeling it. But yeah, I hope to get out to several of the PPAs and APPs this year. And you know, of course, I get to see some of my friends who are on the PPA circuit, who are locals here, play. And so I'm going to try to get out to as many of the PPAs as I can.
Excellent, excellent. You're in the quarterfinals. Is that where your match is now?
I think, yeah, maybe it is in the quarterfinals already. We got a pool of 18, so I don't know. Maybe you can help me figure that one out.
I believe your first round would have been the round of 16, and now you're in the round of 8 because there would have been play-ins for it.
Yeah,
so.
yeah.
Winner of your next match, which is your often hitting partner, you'll be playing up next on this court with You will go to the semifinals.
Yeah, George Chinggis, he's a great player. He's here from Utah as well. We drill and play together all the time, so I don't know how much we're looking forward to a second round matchup. We tend to beat each other up pretty good, so it'll be a doozy for sure.
Well, we'll look forward to seeing it.
Yeah.
Have you played either Chuck or Hartman before?
I have. I've played Chuck twice. So Chuck here in the black. Looks like he's with Carbon now. I've played him once in Mesa and once down at Red Rock in St. George. And, oh, no, I played him 3 times, actually. Mesa, Red Rock, and then again in San Clemente recently. And I beat him the first time, he beat me the second time, and I beat him the third time. So I'm up 2-1 on him, but he's a great player as well.
Well, they're at 4-2 here in this first game of their 2 out of 3. Chuck is ahead.
Yeah, Chuck tends to he'll turn around to that forehand any chance he can get, and he's very accurate with. You think he'd hit a backhand, and he'll curl around it and hit a perfect forehand, and so that's really what makes him tough.
As you've been playing these tournaments, playing against these players that have these carbon fiber technology paddles, what have you noticed with that?
You know what, to be honest, I have not played against someone with one yet. Chuck just took up the carbon paddle. I hear that they spin better and hit harder, but I have not played against anyone yet. So I wish I had more for you.
Yeah, okay. By the end of the day today.
I'll find out.
Well, Hartman's gone on a 3-point run here.
That was a good backhand.
Yeah, now 5-4 for him.
And it's become very apparent to me as I've started playing more seriously in singles that the two-handed backhand is much more critical now than it ever was before. So one bit of advice that I got from Matthias, who's the #1 senior pro singles player currently after he destroyed me last time, was all he said to me was develop a two-handed backhand. And so I did. And as you watch some of these guys, you can see how when they hit it, they kind of get that roll action on it, that dipping action. It's very helpful, especially in the senior game.
Well, I will watch for that throughout the day. How many players are using the one compared to the two-handed backhand? We're going to go to a short break, and we'll be back with you after this timeout. We're coming back in. It's 7-4 after a timeout by Chuck. Hartman is ahead here in game 1. So we had a call and an appeal, and the second ref ruled the ball was in. So point for Hartman. Here in Brigham, we have two championship courts. We have the one that was first developed that we call Championship Court 1 that you'll see running on the other streaming channel. And we have this Championship Court 2, which in the plans is going to eventually become the major championship court. It will have stadium seating and be able to be built up quite large. But for now, it stands alone out here. Chuck just scored on a nice ball to the backhand corner. It's 5-8. You know, in singles, the two most important shots are the serve and the return of serve. If you hit a short serve and that the returner can get in, you're probably not going to be able to pass him. And if you hit a short return of serve, you've just lost your advantage. So you can see Hartman went for a deep return on that last one, and just it went long. This time he got to the net, but couldn't control the point. So Chuck was able to finish it off, and now we're at 7-8 here in game number 1. Hartman's calling a timeout after 3 quick points by Chuck. It's now 7-8. We'll be back in a minute. All right, we're coming back in. Still here in game 1, 7-8. Chuck serving to Hartman. We are now tied up at 8. The senior events are a little different than the pro events. Senior events are going to play their brackets all the way through, so we will crown a gold medalist at the end of the day today. In the pro events, they will get to the final 2, and then they will finish out on Championship Saturday. 2 returns to serve. Didn't quite make it over the net for Hartman, so now we're at 9-8. He tried to slice the last one, keeping it low. This time he came over the top of it with some topspin. Chuck's going to his backhand. Chuck's gone on a push here. Hartman's calling his second timeout. Get 2 per game, and he's using the second one here. I think Chuck came in at 4-8 on this service rotation, so he's had a barrage of 6 points. Our live stream here is constant, so on the other court they go to commercial breaks and have to be given a thumbs up to come back on, so the referee was checking with us. Don Stanley is the head referee for the tournament this year. He's given instruction to his core of 40 referees that are here manning these matches. They all are very professional and do a great job. Here we come back in at 10-8. Chuck serving. Hartman hit just long. End the first game here, 11-8. So we'll have a quick 1-minute break turnover, and we'll have them come back at it here in just a second.
Nice playing, Chuck.
All right, coming back in game 2. Chuck's going to serve to Hartman. Hartman's from St. George. He had command of that first game until those 7 points that Chuck rolled off at the end of it.
I know. These things are relentless today.
And you take it with dimension.
Trading side outs.
Unfortunately, we play against each other. We always dream of this final.
Great shot by Hartman. Deep to the corner.
One of these days, right?
One of us will come back around the back.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
It's a second. Started. It's actually pretty hot too.
Have another side out. Hartman tried to drop that as Chuck closed in. I mean, that's really the goal here, is to get to the net. And obviously the returner has the first opportunity to get there. That's why that deep serve is so important. Chuck did exactly what he needed to there. That serve was in the back 2 inches. Then he was able to keep Hartman back, and he came in and closed it out.
I've hit with the I do, I should.
Hartman moved him back and forth. You notice the difference between singles and doubles. Their rallies are typically shorter in singles. We have the doubles matches where we could have 40 hit rallies regularly. And here, if we get past 8 to 10, that's a pretty long rally. Obviously more tennis-like than what doubles is.
I actually went to bed at 9:30. It was like incredible. And I woke up at 5, like without an alarm.
Chuck serving at 1-2. Hartman with a good deep backhand return. Chuck couldn't do much with it, and Hartman finished it off.
Airbnbs, hotels, all that stuff, when I'm playing, I don't trust it. Like, I'd rather just wake up, go to bed early. Yeah. Was it Airbnb or
No, it was a.
Again, that's textbook, pretty easy, good deep return. All Hartman could do was float the ball back up. Chuck was able to finish it, put it away in the corner. Play defense when you're returning. Play offense when you're serving. Try to score some points. Great deep serve. Hartman was not able to come up. Chuck now has control. And just missed it wide. Had a finishing shot. Didn't quite get it. So we now have a second appeal point for Hartman. Chuck gathers himself. Hartman gaining some momentum. It's now 4-1. Hartman using kind of a mid-court, cross-court shot. Chuck smartly calls a timeout now at 5-1. We'll take a break for a second and be right back with you.
Where they stream this?
Is it on YouTube or through the Facebook?
So this
All right, we're back in. It is 5-1. Timeout worked for Chuck. Chuck was able to get just far enough out of Hartman's reach. He was able to take control of the net and score the point. Rolled over that backhand. Building some momentum now at 3-5. We'll see if he can do the same kind of thing he did last game where he goes on a solid run. And yet again, another nice finishing shot there. Hartman's got to not let him come to the net like that. And then he tried to hit a deep return to try to protect that, but wasn't able to keep it in play. So now we're at a timeout for Hartman, 6-5. We'll come back in a minute. Chuck still serving. He's on a 5-0 run. Nice deep serve. Hartman did go to his backhand, but just didn't have it deep enough, so Chuck was able to drive it. We're now at 7-5. Again, Chuck has found whatever magic he needed. He was able to get to mid-court with a fairly short approach shot from Hartman and then drove it past him. Hartman had a decent return, but not enough for him to feel comfortable coming to the net. Chuck was able to push it a little deeper, came to the net, and finished the point. It has been the recipe that's worked for him. We're at 9-5. We'll take a quick timeout again. Hartman's second one of this game. Okay, coming back. We're at 9-5. Hartman's feeling that. He really wanted to get it down that line. Chuck's on a 9-0 run. We're at 10-5. This is match point. Hartman has control of the net. That's the first time he's been able to do that for several points. So let's see if he can go on a run of his own here and get back in the match. Chuck got to the net, kept pushing until he was able to get Hartman out of position and then finished off in the corner. Chuck with a nice forehand finish there. Chuck's our winner here. Second game, 11-5. We'll be back in a few minutes with our next match. We're at the Tournament of Champions, Club Tournament of Champions. We have a senior pro match between Eric Gertler here in the green and Jord Chingus over in the blue. Both of them are from Utah County. They're hitting partners. And George, I believe, has been a tennis coach at BYU in the past years. Eric's been around the pickleball scene since, well, over 10 years. Both are solid players. George started out with a 2-0 lead, got the first 2 points. Eric just had a great point, great get off the net. He'll be serving now. Both of them play with Onyx paddles. And as you saw there, George tried to drive it deep to that backhand corner, but it went just long. That's a shot you'll see lots of players try to make, is this backhand deep corner, because that's where you can then approach on. Eric has the wheels for a senior player. You won't find anybody faster than him. George is able to move him back and forth across the court. George gets the serve back. We're now at 2-1. George has that two-handed backhand. You can see him trying to roll over it. Eric was able to control that point and finish it off cross court. I've watched Eric play for a lot of years. One of the things that he's a master at playing singles is he will hit behind the player. So he'll drive a player off to one side. The player will feel like he needs to recover back to the middle to cover the opposite side, and Eric is so good at then just coming behind the player and finishing off. So we'll see as this match goes on who can control the court. Eric had a good deep return. George saved one ball and then hit a ball right down the line on the next one. So he's now at 3. A little loose on that shot for Eric. It's a quick 4-1 lead for George here in game 1. That serve rolled. Eric had to fight to be able to just get it over the net, which left it for a short return. And then George was able to drive it right past him down the forehand side. This is a quarterfinal match, the 4 and 5 seed. Eric's trying to dig out from back on the baseline, and that's always the harder thing to do. So we'll see if Eric can change the momentum here quickly, because it's now 6-1. As you can see, the second ref found Eric's foot as he lunged for the ball, caught the line. You don't see as many foot faults in singles typically as you would in doubles, but they still do happen. That's one of the reasons we have 2 refs here. Eric dropped the ball in the kitchen, brought George up, and then was able to pass past him. So we're now at 1-7. See if Eric can mount a comeback here. George just barely missed that one down the line. George brought Eric up on a low ball. All Eric could do to it was save it over, and George was able to put it away. Again, whoever controls the kitchen line typically is going to win. George has a great deep serve. Not a ton of pace, but enough that kept him back. We just had an appeal and an overrule, so now we're at 8-2. There's often some debate on the overrules. As a referee, you have to be very sure of shots. On an overrule, you don't just say, I think it was in, but they have to know that it was in, see the ball hitting the line or on the line. Now at 9-2. George just seems to be able to be controlling the points right now. I know these two know each other's games very well. Game point here for this first game for George. He's really made quick work of it, but I know Eric will definitely mount a challenge if this first game does end here in the second game. But we'll see if Eric can come back here in game number 1, down 2-10. He hasn't been really able to get his type of flow game going. This will be more Eric style here, but oh, just did miss it. All right, so now back to George's serve. We're at 10-2. Eric's able to do exactly what he needs to there. Pushed the ball deep on George to his forehand side, and then there's no way he could recover and just put it down cross court. So, again, Eric's trying to build some momentum, whether he wins this game or not, just to get the feel of what he could do in game 2. George has played so well here in game 1, just had very few misses. Eric tipped that one off the net. If he could do that 9 more times in a row, he might come back. Oh, such a good get by George, and it caught the net and then stayed in play. Eric had brought him in. Wasn't a bad shot all by Eric, but we'll now switch over to George's serve at 10-3. Eric's really, the last several points, been trying to bring George up to the net after having him back on the baseline. There we go for Eric. He's able to push that one through. We're now at 4-10. Eric's developed a two-handed backhand recently. He hadn't had one until just these last few months. As he was speaking with us earlier, he knows to be able to have the power to roll over other players as they drive to his backhand. He needs to not just hit that one-handed backhand. I think as the sport continues to develop and you see the power come into it, you'll see more and more players use a two-handed backhand. It's fairly common in the women's game. I think we'll see it more and more in the men's game. Here we are at 4-10. You know, singles again more than doubles. You need to go for your serve. If you don't have a good serve, you're not going to be in control of the point. So Eric tried to put a little extra on that one and drove it right into the net. Eric's had several returns that are just on that back line. He's hanging in there. He's not letting George get that 11th point. So now we'll flip back over to 4-10 and see what Eric can do. This is a classic Eric play right there. He was able to swing inside out, kept George back on the baseline, and then scored the point. So, Eric is showing some fight, getting back into this game and back into the match. That's a great shot by George. Just dropped that below the net. Eric couldn't do much with it. All right, I think this is George's 5th opportunity to finish off the game. And finally, Eric hit one just a little deep. The wind had picked up just slightly. Might have been enough to cause that to happen. So this is the end of game 1. We'll be back with you shortly. George took game 1, 11-5. George immediately comes to the net and he's attacking. Eric's hit a couple great defensive balls. Enough that George just can't finish off the point. Oh, that was a good point. Eric's hit a couple
Eric
great
did what he
defensive
needed to do
balls.
to stay in the point.
George
Enough
did
that
what he
George
needed
just
to do
can't
to finish
finally
off the
win it.
point. Oh, side out. Again, for those of you watching that don't watch pickleball typically, you only score when you're serving. So we're now at 0-0 with George's opportunity to score. Really deep serve. Eric appealed. They did confirm that it was long. Eric's going to come out with some fire here, really trying to get back in the match. George just about saved that one. Eric caught the line. Eric serving at 0-1. All right. Tied up at 1-1. Oh, you can see Eric has just a little more this game than he had last game. So now we're at 2-1 for Eric. Wow, Eric hit the shot he needed to hit there. This is the Eric that we've seen play in tournaments past. Kind of like boxers. You have George came out swinging in the first round. Took it to Eric. Eric knows he needs to come back, show that he has some life in this one. So Eric has the early lead at 1-3. See what George can do on his serve. Oh, and it doesn't hurt to have a few shots like that for Eric. Eric had to go for it all there. He knew that George had put him in a good spot. So he had to either win it on that shot or ended up missing it long. George with an overhead, the first one we've seen of those in this match. Oh, George was really covered the court well there. Eric didn't have much he could do with that drop shot besides just put it right there. George had read it before Eric even hit it. He knew that he had had a good shot. Came up and then was able to just put the ball into Eric's body, and Eric couldn't control it. So now we're tied at 3-3. Deep ball on the line for George. Made it so he could now come in. Good cross-court ball, and Eric had to make a stabbing effort. Again, George is able to finish off that point. That was a good return by Eric. He got it deep enough into George's backhand. George knew he had to do something with it, tried to go cross court and just couldn't quite get enough on it to get it over the net. So here we are, Eric serving at 3-4. Great return by George. Players have 10 seconds to get ready between each point, so that's what he's doing at this time, is just getting himself cleaned up, ready to get back out to this next point. Oh, Eric has such good hands. He's able to finish off balls that was below the net, but he just got enough of it to drop it in there and make it his advantage. He's now serving again at 3-4. Oh boy, that's such a good get by Eric, but left the court open. George was able to finish it off. But the mantra of make him hit one more, George had to show he could finish it. Great effort by Eric. Better shot by George. Ball was close. George called it out. And a point for George. George finding some momentum again. He's now scored 5 points in a row. Eric had the lead 3-1. All right, here we come back. Eric trying to get back in the match at 3-6. Yeah, and that's again kind of what Eric does, is he'll hit back behind you if he can. He put one to the backhand side. George had to cover back to the middle, and Eric was able to put it down his backhand line. Here we are at 4-6. Eric hit that last one just a little bit long. Amber Lindquist has just joined us. She's the regional head pickleball representative. Thanks for joining us, Amber.
Hey, thanks for having me.
I know you've been watching matches across the facility today. So far the temperatures have been cool enough. Players aren't overheating, but I think it's going to get hotter soon.
Very hot.
It's fun to see all levels out here. I think we have from 3-0 through 5-0, and then obviously this pro level. What have you seen this morning?
I've seen they're starting the pro.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
And that's why we have been showing Senior Pro here and on Center on Championship Court 1 is the pros are going to start at, is it 10 o'clock?
10 o'clock.
Yeah.
I think they're out there warming up right now.
And like I was saying earlier, the Senior Pro will play through their whole bracket today, and we will crown a gold medalist. The Pro will play till the finals, and we'll hold that for Saturday, for Championship Saturday, where we will have men's and women's singles, mixed doubles, men's doubles, and women's doubles, all gold medal matches for 6 hours straight, approximately. Saturday from 10 to 4, I think is the tentative schedule. All right, coming back in here, this is game 2. George won the first game 11-5. It's 7-4. George is serving to Eric here. Amber, we've been talking about how singles, it's so important to have a heavy first serve. If you can control the point with a serve, you can have a much better shot of winning it. I know you have a very powerful serve. What's your mentality? How have you developed the serve that you have?
I don't know where it came from. I want to say it's because I'm bowl regularly and just am able to get it low over the net.
Well, I know we have people that come from all different sports backgrounds, and you have hockey players, baseball players, tennis players, and I do think that bowling motion, like you said, that as I've watched you serve, you have a very heavy, powerful serve that just keeps people on their heels. And in singles, that's critical. If people are attacking the net, you're in trouble if you can keep them back.
Right. I'm not trying singles, though.
It does take a certain mentality.
Yes.
Of craziness.
It's fun to watch. Don't want to play.
George had a good combination there, setting up the end of that rally, being able to take it to the backhand corner of Eric again. And like we just talked about a minute ago, you know in singles you need to go for that serve. So we see a few more missed serves, I think, in singles because you're trying to push them back. And George just missed that serve there. Two deep approach shots by George got Eric basically on his heels, and then George was able to attack and finish it off. So George wasn't on his heels. Eric came to the net, and George was able to attack it and finish it. Again to that same backhand corner. Amber, you've been involved in a lot of these Tournament of Champions in years past. What are your thoughts about this year's tournament?
I love being able to come down and watch when I'm not playing, and I'm glad they still have that available. Little bit bigger production than usual, but still same great players and being able to watch.
And that was a great rally right there. Both of the players put balls near the line, barely over the net. Eric was able to come out on top. He's now made it 5-9. He needs to rally right here if he wants to be back in this match. And that's a way to do it right there.
Yes.
George knew he wanted to make Eric feel uncomfortable, so he returned the serve on a short hop. It just didn't quite get enough on it. Eric was able to then turn his forehand and roll it over, and George just couldn't quite get to it. Here we are at 6-9. And you could see George struggling a little bit there. Hit the return into the net and smartly call a timeout. We'll be back with you in a minute. Sorry about that, everybody. Back in the match just in time to watch George finish it off. Both of them played really well. George came out on top today.
It was a great match.
It was a great match. We'll give you a few minutes, and there'll be another possible pro singles match coming up.
Oh, coming back in the match here, we've gotten started already, and Paul has the early lead. Paul Olin is a former champion here at Tournament of Champions. He's playing Chuck that we saw play earlier today, won in a tight two-setter. So this is also a quarterfinal match. Chuck serving at 0-2. Paul made a good guess, but Chuck was still able to finish that off, scoring his first point. It's our first Gamma paddle we've seen today. Paul's been with Gamma for several years. Great swing by Chuck, and just barely missed it. So Paul will turn to serving now. See how deep Paul's serve was. He just made it so there's no way Chuck could come in on that. So now Paul has the opportunity to come in. Chuck's battling, making Paul earn it, but Paul ultimately hit an amazing shot there at the end. We have just a slight wind from the north, probably between 5 and 10 degrees, but enough it could affect Paul. Paul has the wind at his back, keeping balls in, and Chuck has to swing just a little harder to keep that ball deep. What a great rollover by Paul. I mean, he just had just enough to keep that low over the net and finish it in the corner. Paul just missed his serve there. Chuck will get an opportunity to try to score now. Battle of the backhands, and the person at the net typically will win that. Paul did. Now serving at 4-1. Paul does use a one-handed backhand that he rolls over. We can see how much pace he generates. Chuck was able to close that off, get his serve back. We're, again, having Chuck serve at 1-4. Battles of deep serve, deep return. Who will win that out? Have to have a lot of mental focus, physical ability to be able to control that deep serve and still put it back with enough pace that leaves your opponent on their heels. Just a great backhand cross court with Paul. He does that so well. Maybe on the senior tour better than anyone. That is definitely a strength of his. Paul serving at 5-1. Deep to Chuck's backhand. Chuck's came in, but just couldn't do anything to stop that drive from Paul. So now we're at 6-1. The men's pro matches have just started, so we think one of the next few matches we'll have here will be a men's pro as well. So we'll be back with you in a minute after this timeout that Chuck just called.
coming back in. Our score is 6-1. Paul serving to Chuck. Just missed it. Chuck made him hit one more, and that's how you score. Paul had control of the net, but just didn't quite get that backhand over. So Chuck's now serving at 2-6. He's on the even side, the right-hand side of the court serving. Even with a little bit of wind in his face, that didn't quite have enough to knock that down. Paul let it go and went just long. Good serve by Paul. Chuck knew he needed it deep, and it just went just a little too much. Oh, both of them at the net. One of them hitting higher than the other, and eventually to the point that Paul was able to hit it down and finish that off. So now we're at 8-2. We have Officer Josh Lyman joining us for the portion of this game. Thanks for joining us.
You're welcome.
I know that you've played pickleball for the last six years or so. Something that we've seen the community here in Brigham City fall in love with. I know that you and your family, I've seen you out here with your son before.
Yeah, we've been out here a few times.
I know quite a few people, quite a few of the other officers, the firemen, the EMS personnel are out here regularly, building camaraderie, getting some exercise. What are your thoughts on pickleball in the community here in Brigham City?
Well, I think it's a good thing. It draws people in, and the community, I always see people down here playing all the time. Some nights it's hard to even get a court to play on.
In a town of 16,000 people, it has 24 courts. They fill them up regularly. That's true. Paul just had a nice exchange there, got himself to the net, was able to finally then pass Chuck on that. So we're at 9-2 now in this quarterfinal match of the Senior Men's Pro. Wow, that wouldn't be nice to have a serve like that, Josh?
Yes, it would.
Deep into that corner. Chuck was able to fight it off, but he's down 2-9. See if he can make a rally here. This year, the Tournament Championship is sponsored by Club, a paddle company based here in Utah. Have paddles at a price that are reasonable for entry level to mid and even upper level players. They're here on Center Court, Center Court 1. We're here on Center Court 2. That if you come down this week to watch the tournament, stop by the Club paddle table and see what they have for you. Chuck's serve hit mid-court there. Paul was able to come in. Chuck hit, I would call it a Hail Mary shot. Was able to finish it, got it on the line. But in general, you want that serve to be another 2 or 3 feet back. He hit with probably 8 feet left in the court. Both in singles and doubles, Josh, I know that as I've watched you work on your serve over time, you work hard to keep it in the back part of the court. Sure makes a difference right there. It was a much deeper serve by Chuck. A good lob rescue, and Chuck pulled it out. We saw.
Yeah, I try to get my serves deep, but it doesn't always work. Sometimes they go too deep.
Yes. If we could just hit a perfect serve every time. Chuck was down in his last match and scored 7 points in a row to come back and win game 1. He's trying to do the same thing again here. We're now at 5-9. Great reach by Paul. Chuck had a good passing shot, but Paul, just with his length, was able to get to it. All right, 9-5 for Paul. Chuck had control at that point. Ball was high in the middle, but just couldn't quite finish it. So we're at game point for Paul here. Deep serve. Rolled over that backhand. He's done that 3 or 4 times this game. So there we have it. Game 1 goes 11-5 for Paul. We'll be back in just a minute. And here we have game 2. I'm Kyle Klein here at Tournament Champions 2022. We have Chuck and Paul. Chuck serving to Paul. We have a side out. Paul serving now. Just a little deep. There used to be about a 5-mile-an-hour wind. Now it's probably down to 2 miles an hour in Paul's face. I think he thought it was a little stronger than that, and he hit it just deep. Great deep serve by Chuck. And Paul off balance slightly. Paul did just enough to get it and gets the serve back. Nice rollover by Chuck. Trading side outs back and forth here in game 2. Great shot by Chuck. Another one for Chuck. Paul uses pretty regularly on his return a backhand cut if he's hitting from the backhand side. Chuck taking a quick early lead here at 3-0. All right, see if Paul can get on the board here. 0-3. Really nice finish by Paul. That's not easy to do. Ball up at shoulder height, having to take it cross court, make it still land in. He had about 6 inches to spare. Got his first point of the game, so it's now 1-3. Paul rolled that just a little wide. Chuck gets a serve back. He'll be serving at 3-1. These new carbon paddles obviously have an advantage. One of the disadvantages of being a sponsored player by them is you have to wear all black. On a day like today, it's got to be hot. Nice play there by Chuck. He's now up 4-1. Great play by Chuck. Whew. When Chuck gets on a roll, we've seen him score 5-6 points quickly, and he's taken an early 5-1 lead here. But Paul was able to follow through on that point, get to the net, and finish it off. Just deep on that serve. That's the second one this game that Paul has missed. Here we are, 5-1 for Chuck. Heavy hard ball. All right, now Paul's serve. Paul won game 1, so this is game 2. Chuck's ahead. Wow. Chuck was amazing in being able to read what Paul was doing there. That was a great save. Paul had the opportunity, and Chuck stopped him from scoring. Great exchange. Chuck fought himself to the net. Paul had 2 good balls, but Chuck was able to control both of them. Now he gets to take the opportunity to score here. Good serve. That was a classic Paul Olin shot. He's able to control that forehand and just keep it low enough and angled enough that there was nothing Chuck could do on it. Chuck battled and battled, was able to finally get one land on the line, and he's able to get the serve back. He'll be serving at 5-2 after he takes a quick second to clean off the sweat as they're working hard out here. Probably in the low 80s right now for a temperature. Oh. Here we come again. Chuck serving 5-2. All right, Paul's going to serve now. 2-5. That's why you get the ball over. Paul had what we'd call a bunny, but can't count the point till it lands in the court. So Chuck gets the serve back, 5-2. Really nice serve, great returns. Chuck had to go for it, just barely missed it. Okay, here comes Paul at 2-5. Good serve by Chuck. Finally was able to break off that 5. He's now to 6.
All right. See if Paul can do something with his serve here. Middle of the court. So Paul called a let. Here in the pros, senior pro, regular pro, lets are not played. So Paul called that serve a let on himself, and they reserved it. In the skill age brackets, lets are live balls. You play them all. All right, Chuck's built a 7-2 lead here. See if he can bring this to a game 3. 4 more points. Paul's tough cross-court ball. Paul's got the serve back. Here we come at 2-7. Point for Paul. So now we're at 3-7. Paul's able to draw Chuck into the middle and then had enough room to take it to the corner. Chuck's called a timeout. The score is 4-7. We'll take a short break as well. Be right back with you. Paul won game 1. Wind kicked up just a little bit here, slightly in Paul's face, so it means he can be a little more aggressive on his strokes. And he took full advantage of that there. He's now at 5-7. Chuck still has the lead. It's the third serve that Paul's missed today. All right, here's Chuck serving at 7-5. We have an amazing crew of referees here. Tournament of Champions has always worked hard to have high-level referees, obviously for the pros and the senior pros, but at all levels. Every match is refereed, and I think there's 20-plus certified referees here this week taking care of the matches. We're thankful for all that the crew does. Don Stanley's put together a great crew. He always has them running smoothly. Chuck just won that exchange. He got himself to 9. He's 2 points away from winning game 2. See what he can do here with this serve. Paul missed that backhand return. He sliced it and just carried in the wind enough, pushed just a little wide.
So now we're at game point in game 2. It's 10-5. There it is. All right, we're going to get a game 3, some bonus time with this match. Chuck just tied it up. We'll be back in 1 minute. Bill does not have any of the commercials for in between games. I know Amanda was working on getting that to him, but he thinks they might have been too big to send over. He does have a drive they can be downloaded on. As we go through the next few days, it would be good to get those for in between games and during timeouts. Period. Is there a way he should go about doing that? Question mark. So then this game, halfway through it, will switch at 6. They're going to switch sides, so we'll have to flip it during that one. Three. Paul serving to Chuck. Paul's able to close that out, take the first point of this game 3. I think the women's pro brackets are getting ready to open. I see Annalie Waters heading out to a court. Paul with another great drive. Chuck just wasn't quite able to get it over. Paul went for it down backhand side and wasn't able to finish it off, so we're now at 0-2. Chuck will be serving his first opportunity here in game 3. Point for Chuck. All right, the game's tied at 2-2. From our last match, George is joining us. He was victorious, moved into the semifinals. George, is that correct?
That's right. Beat a good friend of mine from here in Utah, Eric Gertler. It was a tough match, but came out on top.
You did. Yeah, Eric pushed as hard as he could in that second game, and 2 critical points right at the end. You were able to just push into his backhand just enough. It was a fun match to watch you.
Yeah, thank you. He gets around his backhand so well and hits that forehand. It's tough to deal with a lot of times.
Well,
So.
it was a fun match. Do you know who your potential opponent is in your next round?
Yeah, I think it's already Matthias Johansson.
Yeah.
So I'll be playing him next.
Well, that'll be a great match. Have you gotten to play him before?
Played him once in Vegas last year at the Mountain Regional, and it was about 45-mile-an-hour winds.
Oh.
So it was tough. He beat me in a game to 15, 15-10, but he's the gold standard right now in the senior men's pro singles. So
yeah, he is an interesting, fun player to watch, but it's fun to see all the different talent that's come out into the sport. And obviously, you're holding your own all the way to the semifinals already here today.
Thank you. Yeah, I appreciate it. Yeah. Yep.
Have you had the opportunity to play either Paul or Chuck before?
Played both of them. I've lost it to Paul twice. Once in this tournament last year, and then played him in Vegas last year at the PPA Championships. Chuck, I am 1-1 against. We played twice in the Red Rock tournament in St. George, and I beat him the first time and lost to him in the gold medal match, so that was a little disappointing.
Oh, yeah. I know Paul is the 2019 tournament champions singles champion. And I think he'd won it for a couple years in a row. Last year, I think he was the silver medalist, so was obviously a solid player. It'd be fun. Hopefully today you'll get on the court with one of these two.
Yeah, that we'll have to see. Hopefully it's in the final. But
yes, exactly.
I got to just worry about Matthias right now.
Well, we'll be excited if it's on this court. We'll be excited to watch it. Otherwise, it'll probably be on the other championship court.
Yeah, well, that's great. Yeah, this is fun. I'm glad you guys are doing this. It's fun to have the seniors on a streaming channel on YouTube. That's a lot of fun for us.
So lots of great play. We're excited you guys would all be here, and we look forward through this whole week that it'll be a lot of great matches.
Yeah, thank you. I'm looking forward to it. I'll be here for 3 days, so I'm going to be watching a lot of matches as well.
Awesome, awesome. Well, thanks for joining us, and I'll let you go get ready for your next match.
All right, thank you. Appreciate it.
Yep. Wow, what an effort by Chuck there. He just going back and forth, but Paul was able to control that point. We're now at 3-5 here in game 3. So once one of the players gets to 6, we'll switch sides. It's time for Paul to make shots like that. That was a really good ball put right where it needed to be. That gets him to 4. We're in a 1-point game here.
Well, thank you for your service. I know it's not appreciated a lot. Doesn't seem like these days, but
Hopefully in Utah it's been pretty
not too
good.
bad.
Or at least up here, Salt Lake is a little different.
A little different.
Up here, it hasn't been too bad.
Chuck did a great job of fending off Paul's best shot, and then was able to take it cross court, and Paul just couldn't quite get it. So Chuck has the shot at being the first person to 6 and switching sides. Here we are at 5-4.
Well, I just retired from Brigham, so I work for UTA Police now. They're on a separate retirement system, so I can collect retirement from the state.
That's awesome.
And not have to work as much.
That's a good.
Really, really good rally here. Both of them not able to approach till now. Chuck finally has come up.
That's a great point. I'm sorry.
Really, really good rally. That could have gone either way. Paul just pulled it out there. Just hit a great shot, finally finishing it off down the line.
Her family home was here. I don't know, but so have some roots here a little bit.
Paul's calling timeout here at 4-5. Get himself re-energized. We'll take a short break and be right back with you. At 4-5, Paul serving to Chuck. Wind's picked up just a little bit again, about 10 miles an hour behind Paul. Just missed that shot. It's going to be Chuck's serve here, 5-4.
Normal stuff, so like when trains are in accidents or buses are in accidents, then we go investigate it. And then when stuff happens on the trains or platforms or on the buses, then
Wind to the back there. So now we'll have a short timeout since Chuck has made it to 6. We're at 6-4. 1 minute. We'll be right back with you. last part of this match. Chuck's ahead 6-4. Game 3. Paul won game 1. Chuck got game 2. Here we go for game 3. Paul's able to get his serve back here. It'll be 4-6.
Less with UTA than Brigham City? Your hours is less, or-
Yeah, well, I still work 40 hours. So,
Yeah, okay.
but when I was working for Brigham, I worked full-time for Brigham, part-time for a dispatch center, and,
Oh, so you were.
and then did medical examiner investigations as well. So, but now with being retired from Brigham, I just have the one job and
So it is a little less.
Battle of wills here.
don't have to work as much, so I don't have to worry about being on call.
Such a good shot by Paul. I can't believe Chuck got to it. Chuck put in all effort there, came all the way across, almost had that. Paul just hit too good a ball.
That's one of the reasons I did it, was just because I wouldn't have to work as much.
Right, yeah, makes a lot of sense. Married, have children?
Yeah.
All that?
Married, 4 kids.
Nice. Any at home still, or?
All 4 of them.
4 of them.
All right,
My
so
oldest is a senior.
here is Paul serving to Chuck. Just barely caught the corner there, making it 5-6.
Now I have 3 of my own, and my wife has 4, so we got 7 total.
All at home?
No. But her youngest just graduated last year.
Oh,
So we'll be empty nesters here.
there you go.
Oh, Chuck had a great return. He cut it, kept it down low, but what he did do is he hit it to Paul's forehand. Paul was able to take his forehand, roll it cross court.
Tail ender by like 7 years.
Now tie up the match at 6-6. Short return by Chuck allows Paul to come to the net. And Paul's able to close that out. So Paul now takes the lead, 7-6.
But they're money drains and time consumers, that's for sure.
Oh, yeah, that's for sure.
Chuck's going to take a timeout after having this short run here by Paul. So we'll be back with you in a moment with Paul serving ahead 7-6.
Governor's had
7-6.
got awarded. So when she
All right, back in at it. Paul serving,
she's a 4-0 student.
7-6.
Like, you better look for other scholarships to help with books and whatever else.
Boy, Paul just hit a laser of a shot, just out of the reach of Chuck. We're now at 8-6.
Like 25 for students that have lost education, but he's one of the valedictorian.
Oh, nice.
So he's got some scholarships going to be like
Nice.
this sharp kid.
Nice deep serve, but Chuck's return was even better, making it so he controlled the point, got his serve back. So here we go at 6-8 for Chuck serving to Paul.
Gone on a couple of trips this summer. One
Always nice to be able to score a point off the net.
they were gone.
Ball was low enough. Paul would have had a hard time with it, but once it clipped to the net, Paul had no chance at it. That gets Chuck up to 7.
My oldest is in D.C. right now, but,
Okay.
with my parents, but she had to work. We went up to Lava Hot Springs. So my oldest had to work.
Yeah.
And my youngest daughter was with my parents.
Super aggressive serve, probably caught the back of the line. And then his next caught the back of the line. And then he was able to hit a killer drop. And he's now tied up the match at 8-all.
Yeah, that's
Looks like Paul will call a timeout after that exchange, and we'll be back in just a minute. All right, coming down to the final part of this match. We are at 8-8. Paul just used his second final timeout of this game. I believe Chuck still has one left. Chuck serving to Paul here. Final few points of this match. Great serve by Chuck on the back line. Paul caught the top of the tape, so it's now 9-8 Chuck. Just great shots by both of them. Great serve. The return was so deep, but Chuck was able to power through it, hit it just enough to the corner that he now has a 10-8 lead and a chance at match point. Chuck had his shot at it. He went for it, just couldn't quite control it enough. So now Paul will be serving at 8-10. Enough wind. Chuck thought that was going to float long, but there's just enough wind that it caught, and Paul gets himself to 9. All right. We're now into overtime of the third game. 10-10. Could tell that Chuck wanted to be able to just control that point, but didn't really have a good enough return to go to the net, but he did, and then Paul was able to push it deep on him, and he couldn't control it. Now Paul approaches up. Okay, here we go now. 11-10. Now it's a match point for Paul. They've each had an opportunity. And that ends the match on a tough point. Chuck played great, but Paul had just enough to get him. So there we end it at 12-10 for Paul. We'll be back in just a few minutes with our next match.
All right, we're coming back with our first men's pro singles match. We have Dylan Frazier in this near court serving this first point. That ball rolled. There's nothing that you can do about a serve like that. That was a great start for Dylan. Dylan's one of the top 5 players in the country right now if you talk to the experts. So you look for him to come out on a roll right here as he plays against Big E. Dylan has a unique gameplay. He's maybe not the power hitter you'll see from the traditional tennis player type play, but he's quicker than just about anybody you'll see. He has great anticipation and then just has unique, great finishing shots. Great court control. Dylan in the last year, he came here last year as a upstart, he and J.W. Johnson, and played very well, and now has gotten to the point where he's not just a name added to the bracket, but somebody you have to fear. And you can see that just as he's taking off here to begin with, that we're already rolling to 5-0. Not because Big E's playing poorly, but Dylan is just a great player. And Dylan stopped himself there with a serve into the net. Here we go with Big E with his first opportunity to serve. And got a point off of it. So he's on the board right away. So Dylan's ahead 5-1 at this point. Big E serving at 1-5. Great shots. Dylan just continues to fight it off till he puts it away. Really great play there. It's fun to watch Dylan play. Again, nothing taking away from Big E, but it was an impressive point. You can see the speed here from the pros to the senior pros. Just a little bit faster. These guys are able to put a little bit more on their shots. I will see Dylan go a long way today. Continues to push. Got himself to 7 on that play. All right, another great exchange there for Dylan. He gets himself up 8-1 here quickly in the first game. A timeout called by Big E. We'll see if he can regroup and come back strong here in the second game. We'll take a quick break and be right back with you. Dylan just serving. Both these guys are playing with Selkirk paddles that have the cutout, which was all the rage, these lab paddles. Here, I think they might both be Invictas. Great play by Big E. Made Dylan try to push that just enough. It went long. So here we are at 2-8.
Second serve by Dylan that he's missed in this first game. Again, as we've talked about, you want to go for that first serve, or that serve, like getting that deep enough. It's going to set you up. If you have a short serve, the returner is going to have an easy time getting to the net. You're going to have a hard time winning that point. That was a deep serve. Dylan now has the net and now has the point. Sounds simple, still have to execute that, but Dylan did a great job there. Dylan's done a good job of keeping Big E off balance. He's hitting enough to his forehand that he can't just run around and protect the backhand. Here we are at game point, 10-2, game number 1. Big E will get one more shot out of here, at least. At 10-2. I'm sorry, 2-10. Good serve, caused Dylan to hit a short return. But Dylan was able to recover, get an overhead, and put it away. There we have it. End of game 1. Dylan wins 11-2. We'll be back in just a minute for game 2. Come back in here. Game 2. Big E serving to Dylan. Big effort. It was a nice serve. Nice strokes. Went for the winner, just didn't quite have it. Dylan is tough to play against. Just doesn't give you an inch. Now that's a way you could win a match. Do that 11 times in a row. He caught just enough of it to make it fall straight over. He's gone for that twice. He's almost made it, but just hasn't quite kept it in play. Dylan scores the first point of game 2 here, finding Big E's backhand as he came to the net. Did it again and was able to finish off that point. Here 2-0, Dylan pulled out wide, and wow, what great touch. It's a fun little point. Dylan won that rally. He's up now 3-0. Hit it just long. Looks like we'll take a short timeout here. Get everybody high. Getting ready to come back in here at 0-3. Big E serving to Dylan. Just a great finish by Dylan there. I mean, not a lot you can do about it. Those are good rips by Big E, but Dylan's just too good of a defensive player. Grabs his 4th point of the game here. And when you're playing Dylan, you got to go for it, and Big E just didn't quite get it over the net, bringing us to 5. A really fun shot there by Dylan. He hit it till the very last second. I think everybody here thought he was going to go backhand side, and he finished on the forehand side. Just enough kick on that serve from Dylan that it pulled up a little bit. Big E wasn't able to control it, put it into the net. Here we are at 7. Big E ripped that, but it was a little short, so Dylan got the net, but pushed it out wide. So let's see Big E have a shot here to score. Here we go, 0-7. You can see his serve. One of the rules in pickleball is the serve needs to be below the navel. It needs to be an underhand motion. And you need to be behind the line. And he raises himself up, uses every inch of that, keeps his belly button below the ball, and it really hits a powerful serve. So he got himself on the board, but now Dylan has the serve back here at 7-1. Good deep serve by Dylan. Just enough to keep Big E on his heels and put the ball into the net. So here we are at 8-1. Big E had the net, had the kitchen, but just missed that backhand. Put it in the top of the net. Now we are 9-1. Dylan has a little different service style. He has both feet open, comes across his body with his serve. Generates a lot of spin on it, enough that you have to watch out. Sometimes it rolls, sometimes it kicks up. Let's see what Big E can do here. Mount a charge. First he has to find the ball. As you notice in the score here for singles, we just have 2 numbers. There's not a second server, so we don't need the 3rd number. That was a great serve. Dylan was forcing his way in, but the serve was enough that he couldn't take control of the kitchen line when he came in, and Big E was able to hit that shot he needed to get the point. Doubles his score. Gets him to 2. A great down the line drive. Great defense by Big E, but Dylan just was relentless there. Gets his serve back now at 9-2. Really nice shot by Dylan. Now here we are at game point. Match point, 10-2. Dylan strikes the ball down by his knee compared to Big E, where he strikes it right at his navel. So many different service motions in the game. Again, we talked about this earlier in one of the other matches. Everybody has their own style they bring to pickleball. It's one of the fun things to see what style works, which ones work for different plays, and bring 2 together and see what happens. Really nice shot by Big E there, getting himself to 3, earning himself a timeout. So at 3:10, we'll take a short break and be right back with you. All right, here we come back in. Big E with the serve, 3-10. Game number 2. Dylan got the first game. Such a great reach by Dylan. The shot was great by Big E. He hit what he needed to, but just Dylan was already there. Dylan got to midcourt, had himself kind of trapped, then was able to finally get dump the ball in the net when Big E hit a ball to his feet. Just a little loose with that forehand. It was the right idea, but just didn't hit it clean off the paddle, and because of that, it went a couple inches long. All right, again, here we are at 10-3. Dylan's going to take another shot to end the match and just missed it. So Big E lives for another serve at 3:10. He gave all he had on that one, swung through it, hit a good ball, and Dylan couldn't quite control it, got himself to 4. He understands the need to hit the perfectly deep serve against Dylan. If you let him come into the net and have his feet set, you're in trouble. So again, that serve was deep enough. Dylan was still moving forward as he hit that cross-court passing shot, got the point, got himself to 5. A little bit of a run here by Big E. Got himself to 6. Dylan decides to call a timeout. We're now at 6:10. Game number 2. We'll be right back with you. All right, coming back in here at 6-10. Big E's made a run. That serve was as deep as you could hope for without being called out. But Dylan was able to control it. Has his serve back. He's going to try one more time to finish this match here. Great deep return. Really good play by Big E. He's shown heart, effort through all this, getting down, but fighting back. He scored the last 4 or 5 points of the match. At 6, trying to make it 7. That time, the serve was a little bit shorter. Dylan got all the way to the net. His feet were set, leaning into it. Easy for him to finish it. Went for it down the line. Big E closed it off enough, and Dylan just barely missed it. That's a great swing and just caught the line. Got him to 7. Wow. Kudos to Big E here. He's pushed all the way back to 8-10. He's feeling it right now. He knows he's in this game. Get this point right here. You might, he's tried the lob serve on Dylan. And then tried using the net. And neither of those worked for him. So here comes Dylan's try number 6 to end the match. And finally pulls it off. Big E played a great match against him, but there it is. Dylan finishing off at 11-8, game 2. All right, we'll take a few minute break. We'll be back with a semifinal men's senior pro match. You won't want to miss that one. See you here in just a minute.
Nice job, Dylan.
All right, we are coming in with a semifinal match. Number 1 seed Matthias Johansson and George, who we saw play earlier today.
Pickleball, woo!
George is on this side.
Winner of this will be in the winner's final. I was speaking with both the gentlemen before the match started. They've only played once before. Mateus came out on top. He was down in Las Vegas this past year. The referee has started the match. Here we go. George serving to Mateus. Just a little wide. Mateus is the defending champion for Tournament of Champions. He won last year, beating Paul Olin in the finals. Good attack there by George, got himself to the net. Mateus gives up a point here. First point of the match scored by George. George gets on the board again. Well, George is on a roll here. Up 3-0 right off the bat. Hasn't done anything special, he just hasn't made errors. Mateus has. Now Mateus finally has a serve back. So it's 0-3. Mateus got himself on the board now. Missed return of serve there. In a match like this, you want to minimize your unforced errors. Tough ball there by George, caught the back of the line. What a great shot there by George. We're now at 4-2. Another point. Mateus is a little loose here at the beginning. George is taking advantage of it. We're now to 5-2. Just missed it wide. Mateus will take the serve back, but George ahead 5-2. A little bit of wind picking up behind George right now. And he needed every ounce of it as he caught the top of the net and it fell in for him. Ball falls in. George had to make a decision. He thought it was going to go out, and it just held on. Mateus gets a serve back at 2-5. Mateus' serve style, he keeps it pretty high right up by his hip, still below the navel. Mateus closed in. George had to go for something as a winner, and he missed it by just an inch, just barely. Gets Mateus to 3. George gets serve back 5-3. It's more of a traditional serve between the thigh and the knee. Picked up a point there. First 1-6 for this game. This is game number 1. Men's Senior Pro semifinal. George's last serve was a little short. This one was even a little shorter, caught the top of the net, fell into the kitchen. That's a fault. So Mateus gets a serve back. Six three. Mateus wanted the call again. George takes the lead 7-3 now. Great cross-court shot there. It's now 3-7. Drew George in, put a ball down the line. At this point in the match, I'd say George is controlling many of the points. Had an opportunity to win that one, just didn't quite hit a crisp enough ball. Score is 4-7. And that's a nice ball. Ball came off the court and had to be gathered. We're now at 5-7. We're going to have a timeout at 6-7. Game number 1. All right, coming back in. It's been a battle back and forth. Score is 6-7. George gets the serve back. Be serving at 7-6. Call was out. And we are at 8-6. Had enough cut on it that it was hard for All right, we're at game point here in game number 1. Score is 10-6. Fairly short serve by George there. All right, that's game number 1. We'll be back in 2 minutes. All right, we're coming back in. Game number 2. Matthias serving. George fought it off enough to be able to get the serve back. Matthias, good deep return. Oh, and did just enough, made George miss it, so he gets a serve back. I think you'll see Matthias come out fighting here in game number 2. He's not used to losing games. Playing with his Engage paddle. George has his Onyx paddle. George caught the net. Here we go. Still at zeros. George hit a decent serve. Matthias just enough. Still at zeros. Good rally, finally. George had to pull the trigger, try to hit a winner, and he missed it. So our first point of the match, or of the game 2. Matthias gets it. George hit a nice shot, kept it in play that time. It was about the same spot. This time it stayed in. Nice overhead, easy finish. Mateus is trying to stretch his back out. Obviously not moving as smoothly as he'd like to. Serve was deep. We're at 0-1. Very defensive still. This game still just 1-0. Mateus is serving. Ball stuck underneath the grandstands. George's having to retrieve it. Mateus with a great deep serve. Scored a point off it. That serve set him up to be able to get up to the net. George is back at the baseline. Missed the shot. So now we have it at 2-0. Mateus serving to George. George hit a deep enough return. He came to the net. Mateus knew he needed to hit a winner. Probably didn't watch the ball as well as he would have liked. Ended up hitting it off the edge of the paddle and hitting it long. Zero two here. George went for it, caught the back of the line, scored his first point of game number 2. Score is 1-2. Baseline rally here. Mateus finally decides to come up, puts pressure on George. George puts it in the net. Mateus will be serving at 2-1. All right. Mateus up to the net. You can see him playing more aggressively this game, trying to get to the net on each point. That got him to 3. What a great shot. He had to reach, fully extend, took it back cross court, and George just couldn't get to it. Might be his best shot of the day, making it 4-1.
Mateus keeps grabbing at his low back. Can tell he's not at 100%. Here we go, 1-4. George trying to get back in this second game. Great ground stroke. You could just tell he got his whole body weight into it, hit it just enough. Got his second point. I'm now at 3-4. Great deep ground stroke by George. He's going to try to approach in on this one. Mateus hit a great ball, but now at 4-4. Also having some court maintenance at the moment. Trying to spray some wasps, so it might add some entertainment to the game. We'll see. Mateus pulls that one off. We're going to call a quick referee timeout while the grounds crew takes care of the wasp nest. We'll be right back with you. Okay, coming back in. I think we've taken care of all of our facility issues. Score is 5-4. Mateus serving to George. Closed out on the net. That's what his game plan's been in this game too. He's done a much better job of getting up there. Has a lead 6-4. See if he can continue to capitalize on it. He's obviously not moving at full speed, but enough to get these points. Yeah. George got into the net, was able to do what he needed to do there. We are at 5-6. George is playing really well, moving Mateus, but Mateus sticking with all of it. Till that last shot, he caught the line. Needed that to be able to get to 6. So now we have a tie game, 6-6. Game number 2. George won our first game. Defensive lob, good enough, kept him in the point, but just couldn't recover quite enough. So now, flip the serve back over. Tied up at 6 here. Really good return by George, the back 6 inches. Two-handed backhand, trying to roll it over. Again, was aggressive enough. Was able to get the serve back. Oh, that was clean with his forehand. I think George thought he might consider covering cross court, but Mateus was all over that ball. Both these gentlemen are over 6 feet tall. I'd guess Mateus to be 6'3", and George probably 6'1". George serving now, 6-6. Just enough to fight through it. Mateus gets the serve back. 6-all. Fighting through. Still stuck on this 6-6 score. Really, at this point, both players are equally matched. We'll see who has the will to push through on this. Just a deep enough serve made it so George couldn't hit a clean return. Put it into the top of the net. So there we go. We break the tie. It's now 7-6. Wind pushed that just a little deep for Mateus. But not this time. George tried to use the net again, but this time it clipped out just wide. George was able to fight that off. Stayed held at the net and then finally was able to angle it into the corner. So he now has a serve back at 6-7. These singles matches are not sprints, they're marathons. You have to stay focused, full of energy, all the way to the end. George is able to find something there. After 2 forehands, he got pushed to a backhand, now tied at 7-7. Game number 2. All right. As we inch forward, serve changes sides again. All right, it's 8-7. Getting deep here into the second game. We have a timeout called. We'll be back with you in 1 minute. All right, here we come back in. Game number 2. Mateus serving 8-7. What a great shot, right down the line. I mean, that couldn't have been hit any better. Gets him to 9. Tried to put a heavy cut on that, just caught the net and then caused it to fall straight down in. Here we are at 7-9, George serving. We have a side out, 9-7. Ball just on the outside the back of the line. George made the out call. Wind picked up just a little bit. George's ball was short. Put it right in the top of the net. Score is 9-7. Second timeout was called. So we will take a break for a minute and be right back with you. 7. Deep serve. Wow. Great shot by George. I can't believe Mateus picked that up. And he got the point off that. That was amazing. What a great get. And I thought that point was over. I think everybody did, but somehow he came back and got that. Now we have game point here in game number 2. This would, oh, and with that being said, we're going to go to our 4th timeout of the game. I think is the last one we have at 10-7. We'll be right back. All right, coming back in. Finishing strong here in game number 2. There we have it. End of game 2. We'll take a short break and we'll be back for game number 3. Starting up. George serving. Missed his shot. Mateus now has the opportunity to score first here. Game number 3 will switch at 6. They'll change sides. Last year, Mateus had an amazing spin serve. That's now not used in the pro side of the PPA, so he relies on a traditional serve. And it was a great serve there, enough to get him to where he had the advantage. He got the first point.
Here we go. George now has a serve. Game's tied up at 1-1 now. Great return within the back 3 inches. Gets him into the net, makes George get desperate, hits the ball wide. So we'll switch servers, 1-1. Ooh, George's return clips the net. This looks like it could end up being a point. Just enough. 2-1. Just wide. Going to 1-2 now. George serving at 1-2. Oh. Worked his way up to the net, but couldn't capitalize. Nice drive passing shot. Another point scored there. It's now 3-1. George calls a timeout here to quick 4-1 lead in game number 3. Yeah, he won his second. I don't know if he's played his third yet.
We'll just blame the entry.
Damien, Dwayne, what was his name? Donovan.
We'll work our way through game 3 here. It's 4-1. Just a great drive. You can see why he's the defending champion. Makes it 5-1 now. George has put up a great fight up to this point, but he'll need to find something to get him back into command of these points, because right now great play, good all-around point. But that gets it to 6, so we'll have a brief timeout, switch sides, and be right back with you. coming back in. We're at 6-1. Game number 3. Pulled that just a little long. The wind has varied between 0 and 5 to 8 miles an hour. And I think when it picks back up, it takes a point or two for the players to realize that. Point there. We're now at 2-6. George is finding a little something here. Got himself up to 3. It's a nice cross-court ball that was low enough. Hard to dig out. Kind of a side out. Forehand to forehand, now backhand to forehand. Just able to cover enough court there. Brings the score to 7-3. He constructed that point really well. Kept George on the baseline, and then finally was able to just get something at the net he could put away. George has done a good job of keeping deep returns. But hasn't been able to come in to the net with those deep returns. So we're at 8-3. We're going to take a short break. Second timeout for George this game, I believe. And we'll be right back with you in 1 minute. All right, here we go at 8-3. Deep return there. George is going for what he needs to get, but it just wasn't quite there. And this return was much shorter, just to the tee, basically. Oh, but it worked out. So here we go at 3-9. And soon to be George's serve here at 3-9. There's George's opportunity to score a point. Got himself to the net finally. And now is 5. Good cross-court return. George had a chance for a winner there, just missed it. Nice overhead there. All George could do was try to rescue it. Didn't quite get it deep enough. So now we're at match point. Score is 10-5. And we have our winner. What a great battle between the two gentlemen. 3 games. We'll have another men's senior pro semifinal coming up in just a few minutes. We'll be right back with you.
5, 7, 11, 5 or something.
All right, guys, coming in here on this other semifinal men's senior pro singles match. Paul Olin and Chad Flynn playing here. Chad's serving, leading 2-0 right now. Here comes Paul's serve. Down 0-2. Paul had a nice shot down the line there. Chad uses a two-handed backhand. Here at 2-2. Paul's now pulled out head 3-2. Paul's been able to get a Chad's backhand there a couple times. You see the brace and the wrap on his right arm. Try to help his elbow. Really nice ball down the line. Just curled that right in. Caught it by Chad. So far, Chad's been using a backhand push, hasn't really rolled over it, and Paul's been able to take advantage of it a few times. We're at 4-2 here. Chad's using a carbon fiber paddle. Paul's able to get himself to the net. Chad's very quick on his feet. He's able to close out on the net and just push that, make it impossible for Paul to get it in play. So now Chad has an opportunity to serve. Really quick by Chad to get there, but all he could do with it is rescue it, and Paul's able to put it away. Battling back and forth here, but Paul has the early lead, 6-2. Chad serving at 2-6. Oh, Chad was there. It's so close to having that. Just stuck on the tape. Paul serving at 7-2. Mid-court serve.
Sorry, man.
Paul just missed that. Chad's opportunity to score now. And he took advantage of it.
Thank you.
3-7.
Here we are at 7-3. Paul had a nice shot there. It was a great rescue by Chad, but just enough from Paul to control it and put it away. So here we are early in the match, game number 1, 8-3 for Paul. Chad was so intent on coming to the net, he had run through his return there and ended up putting it into the net. Clipped off the net, popped up for Paul, gave him the advantage. So now we are at game point here in game number 1, 10-3 for Paul. That's a good return by Chad, but in a better passing shot by Paul. So, game 1 has come to an end. We have 11-3. We'll go to game 2. All right.
You should do that. You should have a paddle chucking contest here, like for fun.
We have had that before here. Coming back in, game number 2.
Game 2, time in, 0-0.
Paul serving to Chad. Boy, Chad's quick. He got to a lot of balls there, but Paul just was able to continue the onslaught enough that it kept him from ever being able to get back in the point. So Paul scores his first point of the match.
1-0.
Chad pushed that return down the line, but it was to Paul's forehand, and Paul just went with it and stayed down the line and finished off the point. I think as long as he can continue to attack Chad's backhand, he's going to have success. Chad's got to hope to get deeper back to Paul, where Paul just has to put a ball in the middle of the court. Oh boy, both of them are using the net. I see your net and raise it. Get Chad's opportunity to serve here. All right, there's first point for Chad. We're at 1-3. Chad's serve was deep enough. As Paul tried to slice that, he caught it into his body instead of out in front. Didn't have enough on it, put it into the net. That's what Chad needs to do, is push these shots to their limit, get as much as he can on them. That serve was quite a bit shorter. Paul got to the net pretty easily, but didn't hit a good volley, and Chad was able to take advantage of it. Even up this match here in game 2. We're at 3-3. Paul won the first game. Chad definitely was going for the deep serve there. Just hit it a little too much. All right. Paul scored on that one, making it 4-3. Chad was at the net, but as he hit that backhand shot, he left it up in the air enough for Paul to then attack. Have a timeout called by Chad. We're at 5-3 for Paul here in game 2. We'll be back in 1 minute. All right, players are back, ready to go. Here we are, game number 2, 5-3. Paul serving at Chad. It's a good deep serve. Chad caught the net, made that tough for Paul. Got the serve back for Chad. Here's his opportunity. Ref called a foot fault. Chad wasn't quite sure about it, but that's what the ref's trained to do, is watch where that foot goes. So Paul gets a serve back at 5-3. That gave maybe Chad just a little bit of extra energy. It was a really good return, maybe his best of the day right there for Chad. Now has a serve at 3-5. Paul did a good job keeping the ball in the corner, then crossing it over deep to the backhand. All right, here we go to 5-3. Ball goes wide on the cross-court attempt. So that gets Paul to 6 now.
Really nice play by Paul. Closed out on the net, made every shot he needed to, got himself to 7. Big heavy slice by Paul. Chad was able to dig it out. We all have those moments there. Paul got himself to the net, had a backhand ball above the net. Anytime you can be hitting down on the ball, that's where you want to be, and he just didn't take the time he needed to. And there's a second one of those that he didn't finish like he could. So 2 quick points there for Chad. Gets him back in this game. It's 5-7. All right, Chad retrieved the ball from over on the other side of the court. Out on the grass here. Serving now at 5-7. Really deep serve. That's the second time he's done that to Paul, where he's got it deep enough that as Paul's tried to hit that return, it's just horizontal to his body instead of out in front. Now it's 6-7. Wind picks up a little bit into Chad's face. Paul hit a great closing ball there. And that gets us to Paul's serve at 7-6. Clean drive there by Paul. Wow. Really nice by Paul again there. We're going to have a timeout from Chad, which is a smart thing to do here at 9-6, game number 2. All right, coming back in at 9-6. Paul's serving to advance to the winner's final. If he can score 2 more points. That would be one of the 2 right there. Gets us to 10-6. There we have it, guys. End of the match here. Paul advances on. Chad will fight back through the lower half of the bracket. Second game was 11-6. We'll be right back with our next match. I'm trying to find a banner for someone. I don't know if there's any wasps. I'll ask her if she saw any. If you're willing to dance around out there. Did you see any wasps going in and out of there?
They were just hanging out.
Before we played the match, there was some.
Yeah, there were some hanging around me, but I think I just
scared. You're intimidated. Well, we'll have Josh watch that in case there's some.
Yeah. But I didn't see him. I didn't know where they came from.
I didn't see any go in the hole.
All right, we're coming back here to our men's consolation bracket. We have George and Chuck we've had over here today already playing here in this game to 15. Chuck's just won that and earned his serve. I am sorry about that. George won the point. The ball was out. Score is 1-0. Wow, great low ball by Chuck, but by George, but Chuck was able to defend it off. So Chuck's first opportunity to serve here at 0-1. We'll see most of these men that we've watched today play through the men's doubles and mixed doubles through the weekend, but there are a few that play just exclusively singles. Chuck scored his first point there. We're now at 1-1. Chuck serving here at 2-1. Side out. George gets served back at 1-2. Ball was tight. Chuck did ask for the referee's opinion. She agreed. That ball landed, boy, just one of those that's what you would call cover no touch. It's a little different than what you have in tennis because the pickleball doesn't deform as much. So as a player on the other side, you may say, boy, it looked like it caught. It's always worth the ask. No damage done with that. George just had another solid point there. He now took the lead 3-2. Chuck uses a one-handed backhand. He got himself jammed a little bit there, but hit it far enough over into the corner. He was able to make it so George felt like he had to go down the line perfectly, and he ended up hitting it about 8 inches wide. Notice all of our referees are similarly dressed. They have a uniform code. All the way down to the colors of their shoes. On a day when it's 90+ degrees, black might not have been the most optimal choice, but it's what we have, so refs will stick it out. Chuck used a two-handed backhand there. Ball came off the net. Chuck tried to save it and just hit a little wide. Point for Chuck. I might have said Chuck hit that, but George tried to save it and went a little bit wide, so point for Chuck. Scores 4-3 for Chuck here. Went for the serve, got it just a little deep, so now it's George's turn. See what he can do. Chuck's trying to dial it in right now. He's hit a few balls long. It's now 4-4. There we go. He got one to the back line, but boy, George dialed that in, went for the winner, and he hit it. Five, 4 for George. We'll switch at 8 here. When one of the players gets to 8. Chuck got himself to the net, kept George back on his heels.
George dumped one down bottom of the net, tied the game up at 5. Wind's picked up a little bit again. Now it's a little more cross court from right to left on George's side. Chuck won that battle. George was a step or two off the kitchen line. Chuck was right on it. Chuck was able to get a ball down on George's feet and win that point. Here we are at 6-5. Oh, great hustle by Chuck, but George just hit too good of a shot. George gets the serve back at 5-6. Wind gust to settle back down to where we have almost no wind at all again. George was thinking about the shot after that one. He was coming into the net ready to be in volley position, but didn't quite get it over. Great return, nice and deep. Able to get himself into the net, and Chuck missed his shot. Chuck's trying to be the aggressor here, is able to get himself to the net first. When you listen to Chuck between points, he's always very positive, trying to encourage himself. Lots of players will berate themselves, but Chuck's worked hard to keep a positive mentality as he's playing between points. Got himself to 7-5 here. Oh, great closeout by George. Chuck tried to be the first one to 8 there, but now George will have a shot to score a few points and be the first one to our side change. Ooh. Well, good hustle. George had just enough off of that ball that Chuck couldn't get there. So here we are at 6-7. Tight match. Wow. Way to go behind him on that shot. Chuck was tiptoeing the line. He was worried about kitchen faulting, so he really didn't have his balance under him. By the time he did get it, George had passed him. We're now at 7-7. Next point will cause us a switch, whoever scores. There it is. So we'll take a quick 1-minute timeout. Players will switch sides, and we'll be right back with you.
I don't really have any. That would be a question for the tournament desk. I know there's at least 3 more in these men's singles, senior singles. They might put 4 more. All right, we're coming back in at 8-7. Oh, fun little point. Chuck tries a behind the back shot, but didn't work out. I'm sorry. George tries a trip behind the back shot. Chuck has switched to this side over here. That's 7-8. Here we are at 8-8. Off the net for Chuck. Somewhat of a unfortunate shot, but he was able to regather it, do a mini lob that caught the back line, and now has the lead 9-8. Well, much like Chuck's other matches, he finds something and goes on these 4- and 5-point streaks. He went from down 7-8 at the flip to score 3 in a row here, and he's ahead now 10-8. See if he can continue with that once he catches the ball. Players have a rhythm on their service motion, and when you're in rhythm, you're able to maybe power that serve a little more. You could see on that play that Chuck got out of rhythm, hit a softer serve, still was able to fight through it, get that point. After scoring 4 in a row, George thought it was an opportune time for a timeout, so we'll take a quick break and be back with you in 1 minute. All right, coming back in. See if George can mount a defense to these 4-point onslaught by Chuck. That word seemed to be harder than it should have been, and it did. Timeouts often work out that way. You kind of break the momentum of the player scoring and able to kind of regroup, focus on the shot you need, which you did. George had a good return, and now he has the serve back, 8-11. See if he can score some points. Really short return by Chuck. George has pretty good control at this point, and it's going to end up in his favor. So now we're at 9-11. Well, George is doing what he needs to. We now are almost knotted up again. We're at 10-11. Chuck twice fended off the backhand attack. enough to we lost the ball underneath the bleachers. Chuck's working on a few push-ups. But we did find the ball, so we're back in play here. 11-10. Really deep serve right on that line. Chuck gets to come in because of it. And ended up getting the point because of it. George had 2 good shots once Chuck got in, but Chuck's still able to control it and win the point. Getting the wind picked up just a little bit right before that serve, enough that Chuck hit it long. Wow. Backhand drive set up the forehand finish there for George. As we inch toward the end of this match, it's 11-12. George serving. Volleying at the net. Chuck was able to get it on George's feet, and that ends up well for him. Chuck has changed out of his all black shirt into a solid gray long sleeve shirt for this 90+ temperature match. Chuck's service motion, he does point both feet forward, bends real low, and tries to torque some topspin onto it. Kind of a fortunate shot there for Chuck. It did hit off the edge of his paddle, lobbed right over George, landed on the back line, and has him to 13 points now. Here we are at 13-11. Really great shot by George. Got low, cranked the topspin, kept it low to Chuck. There's nothing he can do about it. See if George can do anything with his opportunity here. George pushed and pushed and pushed on Chuck's backhand. Chuck just kept getting it in. George went for a winner, caught the top of the net, kicked it just enough, and ended up wide. So Chuck gets the serve back at 13-11. George goes down the line on Chuck. He's been trying to paint that. He finally got it right there. So now we have a side out again. George's turn to try to score at 11-13. A great two-handed drive by George. I think Chuck thought he was going to come cross court. Scores a point for him. It's now 12-13. We'll take a timeout here as we get to the end of the match. I think Chuck called that. We'll be back in 1 minute. Okay, we're ready to resume here in this tight game to 15. It's 12-13. George serving to Chuck. Great deep return by Chuck. George waited patiently. And Chuck just did an amazing backhand down the line. Pumping himself up, trying to get these last 2 points. These guys are obviously evenly matched. We'll see who has the energy to finish this off. Chuck's pretty happy with that shot. That got him to the 14th point, 1 away. All right, George is going to use his final timeout here. I mean, we'll see if he can break Chuck's momentum after that last point. Coming into this final segment of the game, we'll take a quick break and be right back with you. Here we come. Can Chuck finish it off right here? Will George mount a comeback? 14-12, Chuck serving to George. Wow. Wow, what a great point. I mean, both players put it all out there. Twice George stabbed at the ball and saved it. So George lives to play another point, 12-14. It's a good return by Chuck. He had it in the deep backhand corner. George gave it all it had, and we're now at 13-14. All right. Chuck trying to pump himself up for this final point. It's 14-13. See how Chuck constructs this point. Serve down the middle. Went down the line to George's forehand, got the point and the match. There we go, 15-13. Great match by both players.
All right, coming in just a little late here. Match is going. Eric has the early lead here, 5-3. This is again a game to 15. We'll switch sides at 8. We've seen both these players throughout the day today. I believe the winner of this goes on to play in the 4th place match, which means then the winner of that next match will be the winner of this, and Chuck, who we just saw win, play for the bronze medal match. What a great shot and what a great get. Two of our faster senior players right here in Eric and Chad. We'll see them play their wits against themselves here. Chad serving at 3-5. Eric had an opportunity there, but just didn't quite get his paddle up in time. Now we're tied up at 5s. Neither of these players are the power hitters that you might see with some of the other styles, the Scott Moores, but they use their speed to their advantage. So these are two very similar players going against one another. We'll see. Oh my goodness, what a fun rally.
Nice point.
Great point there. Eric scored a point. He's now up 6-5. Chuck got Eric to be on the wrong foot. Hit a little long, and now Chuck gets the serve at 5-6. All right, Chad serving to Eric again here. Chad uses that push backhand. Doesn't fully get that second hand on the handle, but it helps guide with it. Christine Barksdale's joining us here for the rest of this match. Thanks, Christine, for stepping in.
Kyle, thanks for having me here.
And we'll try this again, getting her turned on.
Hi, Kyle. Thanks for having me here.
Glad that you are. I think we're serving at 7-5 for Eric. It's a game to 15. Winner of this will be in the 4th place match. So we're going to switch sides at 8-5. We'll come back in 1 minute, Christine, and we'll get to talk with you.
All right.
Okay, here we start. Right back up. Eric's at 8-5. Hit a ball just a little deep. So, Christine, I know you've had a lot of success over the years at singles. I'm not mistaken, at least a one-time national champion or a two-time national
I don't think it was 2 times. I'm not even sure it was 1 time.
Yes, it was. And many other tournaments as well. I mean, you've played your fair share of singles matches. What do you think is the key to having success?
Well, you know, the success I always really kind of experienced in winning matches was drive the backhand over and over and over and over again. It tends to be people's weakest spot, and it just seems to be where I created the most success, just going out at it. I mean, and not even every now and then, all the time. Every shot.
That's easy to keep in your mind. What am I doing at this point? Oh, yes, going to that backhand.
Exactly. Periodically, you want to pull them over to the right so that it exposes their backhand a little bit more. But I really found that just hammering the backhand over and over and over again just created the most wins for me over the years.
We've seen, you know, there's quite a few women in the sport that have a two-handed backhand, but just in today's matches, we've seen at least half of these men use a two-handed backhand. Do you think that's something that's becoming more common in pickleball?
Well, you know, I think it is just because there's more tennis players kind of flowing into the sport. And, you know, they bring in that two-hander with them. I think it lends a little more control for a lot of players. It does make it steadier and less of a weak spot, but it's still generally not as strong as the forehand.
Right.
Especially for a two-handed backhand, you really have to get over there and get your feet into position. Requires a lot, I think, a lot extra effort.
6-8 here. Chad serving to Eric. Chad got to Eric's backhand low at the net and was able to get him to pop it up and finish that off. So,
what is the strategy you're seeing Chad here using?
Well, these two players are very similar. Both are not power players, but have a lot of speed, especially for the senior level. These are the two fastest players we've seen all day. Chad has a two-hander for his backhand, but it's kind of a push instead of a roll. And so they have been attacking each other's backhands. And try to get a point just like that. Even if Eric got into the net, Chad still kept hitting there. And
right, you watch Eric pop that up a little bit to Chad's forehand, setting that finishing shot up for him. All Chad's got to do at that point is not miss it.
Right.
And, you know, it's pretty amazing. Eric is an outstanding athlete. He's very quick around the court, you know, and I don't know how much he's being impacted by the heat out there today, but he does look like he's a little tired.
Yeah, I have seen both these gentlemen twice today, and no doubt this heat at this time of the day is making their shots not quite as crisp, or they're one less step. But we'll see who has the energy to gut out these last few points. Sitting at 8-9 for Chad. Eric serving.
Eric got a little net tip on that last one, making it a little easy, giving him almost a freebie.
It's a really nice deep return.
And I think the other thing that's important in singles, and you just referenced it, good deep serve, good deep return. Also, two very, very key shots. I think the serve is much more of a factor in singles than it is in doubles.
Oh, a mini lob. Not the typically winning strategy.
I wish he could have had that back. So, Kyle, we're tied up at 9-9. Eric's made a little bit of a comeback after this end switch. Have you seen the end be a factor during the day?
So there has been wind that comes on and off, always from the north to the south. And where I've seen it be a factor is when when it goes from no wind to the 5 to 8 mile an hour wind, and they don't realize it. I've seen lots of serves go deep from this north side to the south side, and for 1 point, and then they gather it back in, but then the wind stops, and so. It hasn't really been strong enough to stop anybody from being able to drive a ball or not drive a ball, but we've had some errors from not accounting for the wind.
Okay. I'm
not sure where Chad's from. This is the first tournament I've seen him at, but
he's been an enjoyable player to watch. He has a kind of fun, quirky, fast little game. And he's always been very positive too. He's complimented his opponent every time, even when it didn't go his way. He's just the kind of player you want in pickleball. I've been pleased to get to watch him.
That's an outstanding thing to hear about a player. You know, be positive. Remember, it's still for fun.
Yep, absolutely. Lots of compliments. The whole group of senior men today have really been very positive. George, he's been out here on 3 matches, and he's very positive.
Like the wind pulled that drive just a little bit long.
Yep, the wind picked up just a little bit, and we saw that miss.
Thinking Eric wishes he had that back.
Yeah. What causes a mistake like that? Did he?
I think he took his eyes off the ball. It's my guess. You start looking at where you want to hit that winner instead of watching the ball. And next thing you know, you're mishitting it.
Yeah. We've had a few critical points today where we've seen that happen with different players. Eric was in a tight match on his winner's side that it was at 9-9. He had 2 backhands that were not exactly like that, but almost like that at the end of the match that he didn't quite finish. Back to what your point was, is if you're going to hit a ball somewhere, hit it to that backhand. Well, Chad's gone on enough a run. Eric's felt like it's worth the timeout. I think it's 12-11. We'll come back
It's
in.
11-11.
It might only be 11-11.
We'll find out.
Yes, we will, in 1 minute. Back in here. Last few points of this match. We are at 11-11. Christine was correct as typical. We did find out Chad is from Minnesota.
And he was a marathon runner. I think he's prepared to be out here all day.
Yes. And he's only 3 points away from not being out here. The winner of this will play Chuck. I don't know if either of these gentlemen have played Chuck yet. Well, ooh, like you said there, took it to the place he needed to. What I saw happen is Eric's return was just too short. He still tried to force himself to come in, and it was pretty easy for Chad to finish that.
And I think that's a great observation. It gets back to what we were talking about. You've got to get your serves and returns deep. Makes a difference in singles more so than doubles.
Yeah. Eric's at a breaking point here, 14-11. Oh, Chad.
Chad would love to have that back.
We've all done it.
Mm-hmm.
Salt to the wound. After he missed a serve, the ball went under the grandstand, and he had to chase it himself.
Yeah, carried out just a little bit there. The help of with the wind assist, we can see the wind blowing just a little bit, blowing our tent here.
Chad doesn't roll over his backhand, and so I think made it so that ball couldn't come down as easily. Eric's classic, and I had said this earlier today. I've watched him play over the years. He loves to hit behind a player. If he feels that person's recovering in the middle, he'll go behind them.
It's a smart move. It's a very smart play if you've got the shot.
Here we are at 13-14. Both of them are content at the baseline at the moment. Here comes Eric.
Wow.
When you're hitting a passing shot like that,
That's why he won his day.
and you give yourself a little let's go at the end.
Yeah. Here's Chad's second attempt. I bet it'll be better than his first. It was.
Again, nice deep serve.
There it is.
And Eric.
Great match.
Yes, fantastic
Both of them
match.
played really well. 15-13. That'll end Eric's day, and Chad will move on to play Chuck in our next match, I believe.
Sounds fun.
We'll be right back with you in a few minutes.
That's all right.
All right, coming in here, sorry guys. You saw the match start without us starting with them. We are in the men's winners final. Two very common people we find here, Paul Olin and Matthias Johansson.
Yeah, this should be another real nail biter watching these two play. They know each other's games well. You know, now it's just a matter of executing the shots that they want to hit.
Yes. Matthias ahead, 0-1. Paul on the left side of the screen, Matthias on the right side. Wow, great
It's
get.
a great get, Paul.
Made him hit one more shot.
And you have to go for those because you never know when they're just going to miss it.
Yeah.
Miss it wide, miss it into the net. If you can get there, I suggest you do it.
Matthias was a little slowed up in his earlier matches. He's been grabbing at his back, so we'll see how his body holds up through this match. Paul should push him more than any of his other matches he's felt today. These two just played in the finals of the New Jersey Open 3 days ago. So
How'd that go, Kyle? Who won that?
Matthias
Okay.
pulled that out, but I think it was very evenly matched.
I wonder what Paul's going to try and do a little differently here.
Boy, great shot. Very good sportsmanship by Paul. He didn't want to call it out. Asked Matthias if he saw it. And Matthias said it was good, so we're at 3-0.
Oh, his goodness paid off. That serve went a little bit long.
Yep. Matthias looks a little more focused this match than he did in his first two we had on this court.
Great around the post by Matthias.
That was amazing.
Not something you see a ton of in singles.
No. He just carved that right into the corner of the court.
What I see Matthias doing is, I mean, he's going for big, deep serves. Painting, look to me from this angle, painting the back line. And then that just makes it tough, you know, to get a good deep return back.
Yeah. Makes it tough to be able to come to the net with that. Even if you feel like you struck the ball well, you're now so far deep in the court that you're just asking for a passing shot.
What we do see, what I'm witnessing Paul doing, or at least trying to do, is he's trying to take that backhand with a nice little soft angle dropper into the corner. See if he can just make it, I think, an awkward shot for Matthias.
Oh, that serve rolled, but Paul dug it out. That's one of my least favorite things when you're getting ready to strike the return to serve and all of a sudden it's 6 inches lower than you think it's going to be and have to adjust mid-swing. Paul did a great job there.
How do you think you fix that? What do you think you do to you can't really anticipate that, but what do you do to make the most possible adjustment? What can your body be ready to do?
Well, you have to, as soon as you notice it, you can't come over the top of the ball because you're going to be so high. You'll put it in the net if you still try to hit topspin. So you have to open up your paddle face, almost do either a flat or even a little bit of a slice to try to carve under it, get it up over that net. But then by doing that, typically you're going to hit a softball back. Paul was able to hit a flat ball, get it deep enough. He did save himself on that great serve.
One of the other things I think helps a lot is to be really low.
Yes.
To be low, and Paul was pretty low on that shot, which is I think is what enabled him to still hit a pretty deep ball.
True statement. Oh, Matthias.
Oh, grabbing his back.
Maybe he should have just let that one go. He is ahead 4-0. We'll see if that has any impact on his durability the rest of this match. He had been looking pretty good up to this point, physically.
Such a great spot for that serve to be hit. It was interesting because Matthias still hit it with a forehand.
Yeah.
But it was in the corner, that right by the center line. Matthias still came around and hit a forehand off of it.
tried to slice that deep in there, but just carried too much. The wind had stopped. Didn't have as much break on it, and we're now at 4-1. Matthias serving to Paul. Matthias swung like he wanted to win that point, but caught the top of the net.
He does such a nice job of coming around and hitting forehands. Which then means Paul's kind of going to have to use that strategy where he brings Matthias over to open up his backhand so he can even get to it.
Yes. Well, Paul was able to score his second point. We're now at 2-4. Oh. Well, Paul's found a formula right now that's working.
Question is, does Paul know the formula that he's creating here, or was it an accident? We'll find out shortly.
Sometimes you cook something up in the kitchen, you don't know how you did it, but it turned out really good.
Paul just strikes the ball so nicely, so cleanly. I had the opportunity to play some mixed doubles with him, and really strikes the ball hard, low, and fast. It can really, when you're playing doubles, can really set up your partner because they're popping them up.
I would think both these gentlemen could do well in mixed just because of their ability to cover the court, hit a hard, heavy ball. But singles has been there for, as we've watched them over the last couple years, is really where these two have shined.
Yes, it has been their
the
forte.
Senior equivalent of Federer and Nadal. These two are inevitably in the finals against each other. Oh. Quick statement about Paul. I've never seen him make a bad line call unless he's making it bad on himself. If the ball's close, he almost always gives the benefit of the doubt.
Does tend to be very generous.
That gives him the lead. He's now had 5-4. Matthias had the 4-0 lead. Prior to that point where he stretched out, tweaked his back a little bit.
We have seen things change a little bit since he grasped his back at that point.
Yeah. I think we're getting a timeout call. Looks like it. We'll have a timeout here at 6-4. We'll be back with you in 1 minute. Paul returns to the court. We're at 6-4 game one. This is the Senior Men's Open winners final. Unlike the Pro Open bracket, this does have a true come around. So we will still have the 4th place match, the 3rd place match, and then the gold medal match. So
Still 3 more matches after this one for the senior men's bracket. Oh, wow. That's a fun touch for both of those guys.
You see Paul's speed in there.
Yeah.
And he got up there plenty of time to still hit a nice controlled ball.
Right. We did have the grounds crew out here spraying wasps earlier. I'm hopeful they'd got them all out of the grandstand. Otherwise,
this ball he's digging out
might find a surprise in here. There it is.
They should look into getting ball kids for these people.
I like that idea.
Couple ball kids on either side. Keep him from having to climb under the grandstands.
I'm going to send that one in to the management.
I'm sure Connor will appreciate that.
We're at 7-4 here. Looks like now 8-4.
Big serve.
Side out. We haven't had much of a crowd here at the senior men's singles because the major crowd has been watching the younger men over on center court, and I think the women are out there playing now. Heard some cheers from over there. All right. Matthias went for it there. I thought almost caught it, but again, just enough wind. It went deep, and Paul gets served back at 8-4.
It's amazing from our angle how that ball looks out.
Right.
Paul doesn't even flinch. It must be on the line. We just can't tell from this angle.
Right.
And I always talk about how important the angle is when you're making a call on a ball.
We've had 3 calls today that were overturned, and each one of them, we had 2 refs for a couple of the first matches, and they're using 1 ref now. Each time it was when the ref was on the same side of the ball, so calls were out and they said in, meaning they couldn't necessarily see the line. I think that's a really hard call for a ref to be able to call a ball on their side, landing and saying whether it was in or not. And twice it was overruled, and those refs said it was in. And it's a tough call for a ref because, like you just said, what you see from that angle may not be what you would see if you were right down the line.
Agreed. And that's what I've always wanted, you know, like Pickleball Channel or somebody to do a full analysis on trajectory of the ball, what angle you're standing at, and whether you see it in or out.
Right.
Because I think it makes such a huge difference on where if you're looking down the line, you're looking across it, you're looking from behind it.
Yeah.
All such a huge difference.
It would be if some kid out there is looking for a science project. Do 1,000 balls with people in those 3 spots on the line, same side and opposite side of the ball, and then see how many of them get their calls correct when you video replay it.
Exactly. I think it'd be fascinating. And a lot of times, you know, when we're practicing, I like to just kind of ask, how did you see that? Partially because I want to know from my angle that looked in. And I know from their angle, they'll call it out or this or that. Just always curious,
yes.
You know?
Yeah. Interesting feedback. We're here at 10-4. We're at game point in game 1. Paul has scored 10 in a row since we had that incident with
Matthias his back.
Yeah, so I think it must have had some effect on him. He's trying not to show it, but obviously an 11-point run
is a big
indicates
difference.
something.
I do feel like his mobility, while he's still extremely mobile, you can tell he's just a very fit person. I feel like he's like a half or a quarter of a step off.
And in a match like this, that matters.
It does. Agreed.
So your question of whether or not Paul understood the formula or the recipe he was using, I think we could say yes.
I think you're right.
Yeah.
I think Paul had a strategy in mind and went to it and used it.
Well, we'll take a short 1-minute break, let the players hydrate, and we'll get back on the court.
Could loosen his back up a little bit.
Well,
Net tipper, I think it's a smart shot.
yeah, he should just do that every time. Serve was just a little long.
Now, Kyle, if you're out there playing this match right now, you're Matthias and you're down a game. You've been watching. What do you think you'd try to do differently here? What are some counter patches or something he could toss up to maybe mix things up a little bit?
Well, what I've seen from Paul, I'm sure Matthias knows Paul well enough. When Paul gets in trouble is when his backhand the ball gets deep to his backhand. So if he can't catch it out front, he loses some of that control on it. So stealing your thunder, I would hit to the backhand every time.
It's a good shot.
Yeah.
It's a smart shot. You know, it tends to be most people's weaker side, and
well, Paul cuts it almost every single time. So as long as you're comfortable knowing what you want to do to that, and I think Matthias is comfortable enough. And he let Paul use his forehand too much last game, is what I would say. So I would, again, peppering it in, like you said, but as much as possible, just make him hit that backhand.
Mm-hmm. Now there again, Matthias hit another nice serve into the corner pocket, and Paul got around it and hit a forehand with it.
There you go.
That's a great combination right there.
Yeah, it was.
It's a great get on Paul's part, but just leaves the court wide open. Again, make him hit the shot.
And I agree with that 100%. With that being said, how much does that take out of a person's tank?
Mm-hmm.
Do it over and over here.
Yeah, at some point you start making decisions. Should I even try to run this down? Is it worth it?
But I think we'll see these guys run every one of them down.
We for sure will see Paul run every one of them down.
Yes. 2-0 here. Ooh.
Matthias is just making some unforced errors right now. You think he's going for it?
Yeah, and that ball got away. I think, he, like you just said, he's maybe feeling, I won't use the word desperate, but pressured to make something happen. Again, he's won plenty of matches. He'll give it his best here. We'll see what happens.
That was a nice slice backhand.
Yeah, I like what Paul did to try to slow it down there. He knew he was in trouble, so he tried to he hit a drop first and then tried to hit a second one and just barely missed it, but he was on the ropes there.
Mm-hmm.
Again, that was one of those balls you talked about a minute ago where it was right back on the deepest part of the court. I know these two guys have a lot of respect for each other, too. I don't think you'd see either one of them ever try to make a call that was questionable.
Wow.
How would it be to be able to paint the line every shot?
That would be cool.
Yeah.
Like, Paul, give me a lesson later. How do you teach me how to hit that serve on the line every time? He might give some credit to his sponsor, Gamma.
Yeah. Big sweet spot on the paddle.
That was a beautiful block by Matthias.
It's a well-played point by both guys.
Mm-hmm. The lob wasn't a bad idea. Would have bought him some time. He just needed to get it a little deeper.
Yes.
But I think at this stage, I feel like we're just seeing Paul's movement is much more solid than Matthias right now.
When you have two equally skilled players, that's going to make the difference.
It makes a big difference. And if you're not feeling 100%,
last year, the singles day was played indoors. Spin serve was legal in the pro section. Matthias was using the serve where he would serve it and then open his body up, so you wouldn't know which way it was spinning. And I watched those matches where he and Paul played, and he was just able to control by not having any idea of where the ball was going to be served or how it would bounce when it served. Paul never just hit good, clean returns, and Matthias was able to pull that out. This year, no spin serve, and obviously his lack of mobility, Matthias. Seems like Paul has the advantage here. We'll be back in 1 minute after Matthias's timeout. All right, we're coming back in. Paul leading 4-2 and serving. It's the third foot fault we've seen called today in singles on this court. Doesn't happen very often, but both players get to the net, make somebody reach. It's usually the push-off foot. It's not where they land, it's the foot that they're getting the power with, and he called his left foot, which would have been his push-off foot. So it makes it 5-2. Wow, that's Paul at his best. And for that, he gets to chase a ball under the grandstand.
his lucky day. It's all right. We took care of the wasp nest over there yesterday.
Paul is a resident of the state of Maryland.
Nice East Coaster. I've not spent any time in Maryland. Have you been to Maryland, Kyle?
Been there a couple times. We even played pickleball there a couple times.
Nice.
I believe that's, if I'm not mistaken, where Ben Johns first played the game.
I believe you're correct.
Wow.
Looks like that was a winner.
Yeah.
Is that correct?
I saw no out call, so
Ball came back to this end.
pushing it to 7-2. That's 7 in a row.
Matthias is going to need to come up with something really creative quickly.
Yeah, I just see him laboring out there. I mean, he still has his stroke. He just doesn't have, after setting something up, being able to capitalize on it. He just stays back and basically is letting Paul come in and attack.
And having talked briefly, we're here with Paul over here on the side. I mean, he honestly didn't seem tired, winded at all.
Right.
So I think he's feeling it.
That
I like that.
is a nice shot.
Mm-hmm.
You can roll a backhand like that.
A lot of people in that position would have pulled it cross court instead of going right back to the same spot they just hit it to. So it's super smart on Matthias's part.
Dug under it and just hit it long, so.
Oh. I feel like that might have been a little bit of a miss hit on Matthias's part that Paul was not anticipating.
No, I don't think anybody's going to get to that.
Mm-mm. Ended up being a very well struck ball.
Yeah. I've seen a couple carbon fiber paddles out here today with these senior men, but both of these guys are using traditional surface paddles. Is that correct, Christine?
Looks like it to me. Both of these paddles have nice touch, power combinations with, good surfaces, good sweet spots.
Whew.
That's a great forehand drive.
When you can put it 1.5 inches over the net and have it drop like that, it's hard not to win the point.
And that's what made Paul playing mixed doubles with Paul so effective. He could drive that ball just 1 inch over the net.
Yeah.
Over and over again.
His precision comes at least partially from his military background. He was a Navy pilot.
Been out 11 years?
Sometime around that.
Yeah.
But here we are at match point, 10-3. Deep serve. Matthias doing what he can.
Nice.
But that's it. There we go, folks. Paul will be in the gold medal
Looks like
final.
we'll be seeing Paul back here again.
Matthias will have a shot to come back after we have our 4th place match to see who gets to play him. We'll be back in just a few minutes.
territory. We try new things. We create lifelong memories and steer ourselves to brighter shores. Here, we can truly discover and see the world through different eyes. Here, it's easy to make new friends and learn how to soar. Here, our land of sky and water is yours too. Welcome to Box Elder County. Here, we take time together and brave the plunge into new waters. Here, we explore fresh territory. We try new things. We create lifelong memories and steer ourselves to brighter shores. Here, we can truly discover and see the world through different eyes. Here, it's easy to make new friends and learn how to soar. Here, our land of sky and water is yours too. Welcome to Box Elder County. Here, we take time together and brave the plunge into new waters. Here, we explore fresh territory. We try new things. We create lifelong memories and steer ourselves to brighter shores. Here, we can truly discover and see the world through different eyes. Here, it's easy to make new friends and learn how to soar. Here, our land of sky and water is yours too. Welcome to Box Elder County. Here, we take time together and brave the plunge into new waters. Here, we explore fresh territory. We try new things. We create lifelong memories and steer ourselves to brighter shores. Here, we can truly discover and see the world through different eyes. Here, it's easy to make new friends and learn how to soar. Here, our land of sky and water is yours too. Welcome to Box Elder County.
All right, we are on here at the Tournament of Champions, Championship Court 2. We've got a men's senior pro match here with Chuck Hamaker and Chad Flynn. We've been watching Chad here earlier today, so this looks like it's going to be a good match. I know they're all warmed up and ready to roll, so let's just see what we've got to happen. That was a great shot on Chad's part. Worked his way into the net. Hit that right down the line. As we were talking earlier, a singles match. Super important to have good deep serves, good deep returns. Chad was successful with his deep serve and then followed that shot up, hitting it a little bit long. There's a little bit of wind behind him. Great passing shot again by Chad. Sending that right down Chuck's forehand line. Okay, here we are, serving at 0-2. Looks like he just missed that ball just a little bit wide. I'm pulling the wind. You can feel it pulling across the court. I'm sure it helped pull that ball out just a little bit. Okay, we have got Chad serving here at 2-1. Chad's from Minnesota, just outside of Minneapolis. It's a nice, great angle, short angle on that ball. And that's one you don't want to hit full pace because you're going to send it wide. But if you hit a nice little 3/4 pace, soft angle on that ball, makes it really tough for a singles player to pick up. Great finishing shot by Chad right there. Something he's got to be very careful of, popping it high to somebody's forehand. Court was wide open. Another good finishing ball. He's just really striking the ball well, putting it at such angles on the court that Chuck is popping him up a little bit. He's creating opportunities. Oh, got a timeout called by Chuck Hamaker. Chuck is from Kennewick, Washington. We're going to go to break while they're in timeout. And we're back in after a timeout called by Chuck, which was a good timeout, a very smart timeout. Chad had gotten several points in a row on him, and I think it's important that you don't take those home with you because you can't. And it worked. Chuck just hit a fantastic serve right on the line. I know Chad was a little bit uncertain, but from my angle, square on the line. I believe the winner of this match goes on to play for the bronze. Need to double check that, but I believe that's what's happening here. That was a very nice compliment from Chad to a lovely shot from Chuck. You know, and the heat really is a factor out here today. I believe I heard it's going to be 100 degrees, which is pretty hot for Brigham City, Utah. Beautiful passing shot. Beautiful passing shot. Somebody could say lovely about that shot. Grabbed that out of the air. Sometimes that's a big decision. Is that ball going to sail out? Not. Do I swing? Don't swing? And he chose to swing at that ball, and it landed beautifully on the line. Score is 7-2. Sending that just a little bit long. We'll have Chuck serving now, 2-7. Let's see if he can string some points together. See if he can find the magic recipe. There's one for a magic recipe. Looks like a little bit of an unforced error on Chad's part in that case, but it was a good, nice, deep serve, so that can create some errors. A great pickup on Chuck's part. Look at the footwork on Chad's part. That's a lot of running. It can take its toll on you in this heat, but he doesn't seem winded at all. Chad is a marathon runner. Talked to him a little bit about that. His marathoning days. He's using some of those skills right now. Yeah, to chase that ball down. This court is not completely fenced in, so the balls can sail off to the side. These players got to run over and get them since they don't have ball boys for these, ball kids for these players. Just missed that. Chad called it wide. His opponent did question it, but it looks like the referee agreed with that call. One thing I've seen out here today in the two matches that I've been refereeing, it's Christine Barksdale here on the microphone, is that just some outstanding sportsmanship, outstanding calls. I feel like everybody wants to be fair with everybody else. All right, Chad's making a little run. Here he is at 5-7. Both players need some much water and shade at this point. But we'll go into a quick break. And we're back.
Time in, 7-5.
That was a pretty aggressive shot with a pretty aggressive wind behind him. Here we are at 6-7. This has been a pretty good comeback for Chuck, given that he was down 7-2, I believe. Oh, and he painted the line on that call. Painted the line. We're going to have an end switch, and we're going to roll into a commercial here. And we're back. Love to see that ball land. Just a little bit long there in the replay. Correct, this is one game to 15. So they had an end switch at 8. Now they have to readjust to the elements out here. It's not a perfect day. The sun is actually dead center up above them. And there was a light breeze rolling from Chuck's end of the court to Chad's, but it looks like that's died down a bit. The score is 8-10 with Chuck serving to Chad. Chuck's a little bit frustrated with that error. But you know, that's what we were talking about earlier. You know, pummel and singles, it can be very effective to just keep going to a player's backhand over and over and over. Look at that. He didn't miss that backhand volley. He's a little happier with that, a little more pleased. We've got a repeat of 8-10 with Chuck serving to Chad. And he missed that just a little bit wide. The score is 10-8 with Chad serving to Chuck. And he just caught that in the corner pocket, and Chuck very generously saw it that way. Great short angle on that ball. It's not easy. That's not an easy shot, but Chad definitely made it look like it was easy. We've got a new score of 12-8 with Chad serving to Chuck, and we're going into a timeout, so we'll roll into a commercial. All right, we're back. We did not roll to commercial, but I'm going to give a shout out to Box Elder County, who happens to be where this tournament's being held here in Brigham City. Box Elder County's been very welcoming. They've got restaurants and fun and all kinds of things planned for all the players and people arriving to watch this tournament. This is 1-15. This is in the opportunity bracket. And this person that wins this match is going to go back in, roll back in, and play for the bronze medal. Feeling like Chuck's a little bit tuckered out right now. This is a great point. Great footwork on both people's parts. That was a good grab. Great point. Great point by both players. Love it. They both hung in there quite a while. Making them change sides of the paddle, which I also like. I like to see a player hit 1, 2, 3 backhands, then make them switch to a forehand. Anytime you make them change sides of the paddle, you can introduce an opportunity for error. Chuck turned a very nice deep ball into a winner. That's not easy to do. What great effort on both players' parts. Takes a lot of energy to make those kind of runs. We have got Chad serving to Chuck at 13-9. Chad's been on that 13 for, a few points, and he's looking to really make a move. It's not always easy to close out a match. Here we go. Chuck looking to dig away slowly at each one of these. If he can get 1 point each round, that's a big difference. Beautiful shot. Again, you saw the great amount of control on that backhand. Oh, he'd love to have that backhand volley back. And again, I think what happens is you get super excited about it. Maybe you take your eye off the ball because you're looking to where you want to hit that ball. I'd love to get Ben John's feedback on how he makes sure that he always watches the ball versus getting super excited and looking at where he wants to hit that finisher. Got Chuck hanging in there. He's definitely going to want to get 1 or 2 points this time. Missed that one just a little bit wide. Let's watch that in a replay here. Here we are going into a timeout called by the server. We've got Kyle Klein joining us again.
I apologize for my absence. I was
Welcome back, Kyle.
watching my son in his gold medal match.
How did his match go?
Well, he was on the winner's side, so that was good until he lost that match. So he had to go to the game to 15, and he really didn't want to be out there in the heat. But he muscled through it and ended up, I think, winning 15-8.
That's outstanding.
So he was pretty happy about that.
He mentioned he had had little trouble with that particular player earlier in the day.
Yeah.
So he was expecting it to be a challenging match.
It's fun to watch, fun to see people succeed. And
always is. We've got some fun going on out here. We've got Chad and Chuck. Chad had quite a lead, and Chuck has been getting point by point by point.
Chuck played a couple matches early this morning that he was down by 4 to 6 points and scored 6 in a row and would get back in the match.
Ah, so that this is not the first time you've seen his mental toughness.
Yeah.
He's done an outstanding job of, Chad's tough. Tough at ripping some balls down the line and some nice angle shots, but Chuck has really been digging some good stuff out.
Today's the first day I've ever seen Chad play, but I just like the way he plays.
There we go. He's a nice guy.
He seems to be.
Like a little hug at the end. This was a good match. Hard fought, tough heat, good conditions.
Winner of this goes into the bronze medal match.
That's correct.
Matthias is waiting. We'll see if he has recovered enough to be able to give it 100%. He comes out here, so we'll take a break for a few minutes and be back with the bronze medal match. Here, we take time together and
and brave the plunge into new waters. Here, we explore fresh territory. We try new things. We create lifelong memories and steer ourselves to brighter shores. Here, we can truly discover and see the world through different eyes. Here, it's easy to make new friends and learn how to soar. Here, our land of sky and water is yours too. Welcome to Box Elder County. Here, we take time together and brave the plunge into new waters. Here, we explore fresh territory. We try new things. We create lifelong memories and steer ourselves to brighter shores. Here, we can truly discover and see the world through different eyes. Here, it's easy to make new friends and learn how to soar. Here, our land of sky and water is yours too. Welcome to Box Elder County. Here, we take time together and brave the plunge into new waters. Here, we explore fresh territory. We try new things. We create lifelong memories and steer ourselves to brighter shores. Here, we can truly discover and see the world through different eyes. Here, it's easy to make new friends and learn how to soar. Here, our land of sky and water is yours too. Welcome to Box Elder County. Here, we take time together and brave the plunge into new waters. Here, we explore fresh territory. We try new things. We create lifelong memories and steer ourselves to brighter shores. Here, we can truly discover and see the world through different eyes. Here, it's easy to make new friends and learn how to soar. Here, our land of sky and water is yours too. Welcome to Box Elder County.
All right, we are back on Championship Court 2 here at the Tournament of Champions in Brigham City, Utah. We have a bronze medal match for you. We have Matthias Johansson against Chad Flynn. We watched Matthias play a little bit earlier against Paul Olin, and you know, he was grabbing at his back a little bit, so I'm wondering, you know, how much that's impacting his day. That was an outstanding backhand here by Chad. We're going to see it again. Watch it pull right down the line, just nicely past Matthias. That was an outstanding winner right there by Matthias. Nice roll and forehand volley. We have referee Don Morgan here. He tells me he's a full-time RVer, travels across the country refereeing pickleball matches. Little net tip sent that out. You could see Chad sent his head backwards and not quite so happy about that. Had an opportunity to talk with Chad here a minute ago. Learned a little bit about him, and he is playing just men's singles and men's doubles this weekend. And he's got a new partner. It's going to be a blind date kind of situation for his men's doubles, senior men's pro doubles partner.
He just has such a fun personality. Seems to be such a nice guy.
He is. I had an opportunity to talk with him while we were on break and learned a little bit about him, and he was very, very fun to talk with. I think he'll be a good partner. What do you think?
I think he would be. Always. I mean, he's positive the people he's playing against, let alone his own partner. Any idea how old he is?
No, I do know that he has got, I believe he said his daughter was 18, and she is a soccer player. And he has spent the last few years traveling around with her. She's apparently a very good soccer player. My understanding, she's going to be playing for college soccer for Wyoming.
Oh, interesting.
Matthias tells me he's got 2 kids, a 16-year-old son at home playing some tennis.
I believe that.
Miss hit there. You could see him not quite, watch this replay, you see him not quite get down to that ball.
I think he's still having any lingering issues.
I did not ask him about it, but just watching him warm up and prep, I think we're seeing some lingering issues with his back. His mobility just seems to be off, to be honest, from what we saw earlier.
Now, is this a 2 out of 3 or is this a 50?
This is a 2 out of 3 bronze medal match.
They'll get their money's worth. I mean, both these gentlemen are medalists, but you got to think Paul's pretty happy about that. These guys are going to be pretty drained by the time they come back to him.
Yes, Paul's sitting over in the shade, relaxing, drinking a nice, cool beverage right now. Paul Olin, we've got waiting on these two to duke it out. Well, they're both staying back, an interesting strategy.
We'll see how long that lasts. Matthias's serve is always very close to his navel. He takes every inch he can on that.
And when you're that tall, you're getting away with serving from a pretty high position.
Yeah.
I don't know how tall Matthias is, but I standing next to him and I felt short.
Yes. I'm guessing 6'3".
Nice dropper on Matthias's part. I bet we're going to get to see this in a replay. Yes, we are. We're going to see this in a replay. And you watch him, he just hits a perfect little dropper while Chad's just deep, deep, deep in the court. Tough to get up there. As quick and fit as Chad is, still tough to get up there.
Looks like we have a timeout on the court. The score is 6-3. Is that correct?
The score is 5-3 with Matthias in the lead.
Right, well, we'll take a quick break and be right back.
All right, we're back in. We've got Matthias serving to Chad, and Matthias missed that just a little bit wide. Christine Barksdale and Kyle Klein here in the booth, in case you have any questions for us.
We'll answer every one of them that we see.
And Matthias sent that just a little bit long.
I think the longer this match goes, the more each games drag out, the better chance for Chad. Oh, Matthias just has such reach. I mean, he was out of position, was able to just flatten that ball out, not put anything up on it, and Chad just couldn't get it.
Ball was just a smidgen back, huh, Kyle? You have a good angle on it.
Yeah, I am right on that line, and it was half of a ball out. Those are the ones you want over again if you're Matthias, because it was a well-struck ball, just barely missed.
What I was hoping for was just a little bit of a breeze to hold it in.
Yeah. Kind of have a dead air right now.
Mm-hmm. We definitely lost that breeze we had going on earlier today.
Yeah. I think we're probably mid-90s if I had to guess the temperature. So not easy on these players. At 5-4. Chad was gracious on that call. Wow.
It was a well-struck ball.
Yeah.
Volley right out of the air.
And the two backhands he hit before that, he did not give Matthias a chance to be on the offense, so he finally got a forehand and did something with it I wish I could. That was a great shot.
What's interesting is I asked Chad, I don't feel like he mentioned he had a racket sport background, paddle sport background.
It may be why he has the type of backhand that he has.
Mm-hmm. What Chad's his biggest strength, well, his footwork is really good. He does an outstanding job of getting himself in position for the next ball.
Just
barely missed that.
Chad wears an interesting pair of shoes. They're almost like wrestling shoes. They look very lightweight.
Oh, it's the Asics. Almost looks like the Asics indoor courts, huh?
Yeah.
Which usually means they're not super durable.
Right. You go through a lot of them.
Mm-hmm.
But as a runner, he probably is used to that.
Now, you mentioned earlier, Kyle, while you were gone, we did have Chuck out here using the carbon paddle. You know, and you mentioned most of the senior pros were using kind of the more traditional paddles. We've got Chad here using
Eula's paddle.
Eula's paddle. He'd love to have a sponsorship. I know it. We've got him here on the court. He'd love to have a Eula sponsorship.
Well, making it this far at Tournament of Champions, you would think they're going to take note of that.
Somebody's going to start checking. Somebody's going to start noticing him.
Yeah.
In case you want to know where to reach him, he's in Minnesota.
A lot of people have tried to medal at Tournament of Champions, and not many do. So
we're going to see him again in men's doubles with his partner, blind date partner.
I'm sure Matthias or Paul or Chuck or any of these other guys out here would be glad to have him as his partner with the way he's playing. Because you can tell, while he's doing well at singles, I think his game is going to transfer well to doubles.
I feel like it. I feel like he hits good angle shots, good soft touch.
Yes.
He seems to have good quick hands.
He's controlling the ball. He's not necessarily a power hitter, and in men's, I don't know that you need to be a power hitter. Maybe a mixed, that's a good component for mixed, but
he's not playing mixed. He mentioned he put out some feelers and didn't get any takers.
Well, get that name built up, and I'm sure next year he will.
Mm-hmm. That'll change. Matthias is also only in town for singles.
Only singles?
Yes.
Wow.
So does that make these two singles specialists?
And we talked about that earlier this morning when we had
I think it was Eric on, that there is a group of male players that do almost exclusively play singles, and you know, it's hard to do all the traveling they do around the country for one event.
It's exhausting, especially if they've either just been in California or if they were just at the APP. I mean, coming from the APP tour to here, that's a long flight.
Yes, it was from New Jersey.
And a big time change. All right, here we are. We've got Chad serving 4-7.
Boy, that was a deep serve. Made it so he was the one that got to come up. But
he missed the finisher.
Yeah. I think he'd like to have caught that a little further out front. He got a little deep on him with that backhand, and he couldn't control it.
Is that what you think happened? He just got a little too close to him. He does a nice job with his drives of reaching out and getting that ball out front.
Yes. When you spoke with them earlier, did you ask if they'd had the opportunity to play each other before?
No, I did not find out what their record against each other is. I did find out that Matthias's favorite food is filet mignon.
Huh.
From Sweden, moved here in the 90s.
Oh.
That was quite a point.
Yeah. Chad was moving all over the court, but Matthias just had good enough shots. If you had to, do you know any other player that you recognize a similar backhand to what Chad does? He doesn't grab the paddle with both hands, but he uses both hands. He doesn't grab the handle with both hands. You can see how half of his hand is up on the back of the...
Yeah, me. There might be, but I'm sure it's because there's lack of room, right? He can't quite fit both hands down on the handle, so he uses it, he puts it, and I do the same thing. I wrap my hand up around the lower half of the paddle, and that's really for lack of room on the grip.
Do you extend an index finger?
I do not.
What's our...
But a lot of the score is 7 Matthias, 6 Chad. So
Yeah,
Chad is
scored the
serving
last.
6-7.
Trying to tie it up here. You were about to say something.
Well, I was just referring to the fact that, you know, like my two-handed backhand, I think a little different than Chad's, is it's almost exclusively left hand. So I have my right hand on the paddle, and it's kind of just keeping things from getting out of control, where I can almost always use just a plain old left-handed backhand. I don't think he's putting quite as much pressure with his left hand,
Yeah.
like you've mentioned.
Ooh. What a hustle, but just couldn't quite get there.
Eight to 6, Matthias.
Wow. Chad got there. He got there again.
Oh,
In the court.
big effort on Chad's part right there.
Yeah.
Watch him get this ball. Yes. Outstanding. He got over to it, just couldn't quite pull it back into the court.
And while he didn't win that point, what that tells Matthias is, I've got to hit the shots just a little bit better. I mean, it might be enough that it'll help Chad. Like there, Matthias said, oh, I can't just drop it. I got to make this a perfect drop. Give Chad just enough to win a point here or there. So that effort, while it didn't pay off right then, I think it'll pay off through the rest of this match.
You think it pays off more in a mental
Yes.
way, in that feeling like you've got to hit a more perfect shot
Exactly.
because you think he's going to dig it out.
Oh. Wow. Good point.
Wondering what Chad wants to do a little bit differently here. What do you think, Kyle? What are you seeing? He's just down by a few points. He's still in this match.
What happens there, again, his speed has kept him in several points, but he's mid-court while Matthias is at the kitchen line. A little easier for Matthias to make sure that next ball's in. Chad's just trying to
get something past him on his side. So I think, especially on that, like right there, his return of serve is just a little short.
Sorry.
And it allows Matthias to get in. So I think if he could just add a little more depth to the first ball he hits.
I agree with you. I agree with that analysis. He does need to get it just another foot or two deeper. Just go for just a little more. But I'm feeling like, you know, he's a little tired. You know, it's hard to always put every ounce of effort into that ball.
Well,
Got a deep serve.
And that causes things like a missed serve, which he had the point before. Here he took an extra second, wiped down his
And watch
paddle.
this. He hit that return. He hit that third ball super deep and created an error on Matthias's part.
Yep. Well, and it started with a deep serve, like you said.
Mm-hmm.
So then he followed 2 deep shots in a row. Typically, is going to bode well for you winning a point.
Oh, missed that just a little bit wide. Missed it just a smidgen wide. He didn't get quite around it enough.
If you were to tell someone watching what they could do to practice and improve their depth of their serve, how do you approach that? How do you say, I'm going to hit this as an offensive, attacking, deep serve?
When I'm really shooting for a deeper serve, I'm kind of tossing the ball up, hitting it, making sure I push through it just a little bit more. I'm not going for a harder serve. I'm actually giving it a little more loft is what I'm doing. So I tend to hit it just a little bit higher to ensure that it goes a little bit deeper. A lot of times I find the harder I serve the ball, I don't necessarily get the depth on it.
That's great insight. I think I know exactly what you're talking about. Lots of times when players try to muscle or power a serve, even creates more topspin, that ball ends up going a foot or two shorter. So while you might have had a few more miles an hour, once that ball bounces and adds that much more time for the opponent to strike it, that serve has done you no good. So what you just said about lofting the ball more, getting that depth to it, that's really a great piece of insight.
And I think the same thing about my return of serve in singles. A little more loft, a little more height buys me more time. If I hit a fast, deep serve, return rather, it's not buying me any time. It's getting to my opponent so quickly that I've got to get up to the net really fast. Or if I've sent one maybe just a little softer, a little longer, gives me all kinds of time to get up to the net.
Matthias has rattled off a couple points here.
I didn't see a call. Let's see what the replay says. I didn't quite see it in the camera angle. Ball came back down to Chad, so Matthias must have called that in. So the score is 7-10 with Chad serving.
I like the effort. He just got a little wild on the forehand.
Mm-hmm. Matthias is doing a nice job of using his height. I mean, the balls that he's reaching and stretching to are really phenomenal.
Yeah, he covers 80% of the. There's only a 20% shot that Chad can hit to get it past him. So once Matthias is at the net, it's got to be precise.
There's game one. Well, we should go into a commercial here while they're in their minute break before they go into game two.
Yeah, we'll be right back.
Men's Pro bronze medal match here at the Club Tournament of Champions, founded by John Gullo. We haven't mentioned John yet in the broadcast. We want to thank John's vision. When we first started these tournaments, there were 32 people playing. Now it's 700 people, and he's...
Well, it was first year it was invitation only, if I remember correctly.
His vision at that time was you needed to have won a sanctioned tournament somewhere, and so recruited players from around the country. It was the first time there was, well, I think there was some small prize money at nationals, but it had a $14,000 or $18,000 prize pool, and everyone thought that was...
It was a big deal.
Yeah, and so John put that money up himself through the foundation and the American Dream Foundation, and now it's grown into where people can make a living hitting this plastic ball. So
it's not such a bad way to go.
No.
I was talking to Ben earlier, asking him about his schedule, and he was talking about how much travel he's doing this year, and that's grueling on you.
Yes.
That's grueling. He said between matches and tournaments and photo shoots and exhibitions, he says he's been gone almost every weekend. That's tough.
Yeah. He and Colin, I spoke with them both yesterday a little bit, and said how they'd moved to Austin this past year and have yet to spend more than, I think, single-digit days in a row there. So, and more days gone than there. They have not been home.
Correct. So as glamorous as it is, it's exhausting.
Yes. They're earning their keep. It would be interesting to know who is his scheduler, his PR person, because it is you see the different commercial shoots or appearance at event or tournament. So he's been in high demand. Good.
Takes
for
a
him.
fair amount of organization. All right, here we are in the bronze medal match with Matthias versus Chad. And Matthias took game 1.
Yes, and here in game 2, it's a 2 out of 3. Matthias has the early lead, 1-2. He seems to be moving okay, but not 100%.
Mm-hmm. But if with a well-placed ball, he's getting away with the not moving 100%. It's going to be interesting to see what new strategy Chad uses to see if he can't pull out this game. I know he got a little bit of coaching here in between games. And he gave Matthias a lovely on that drive.
Yes, he did.
Kyle, what would you do? If you were coaching Chad on the sidelines, what would you have to say to him right now?
Well, you know Matthias wants to come into the net. You know that once he gets there, he's going to spread his wings. So everything you can do to either make it a tough approach, whether it be depth, like we've talked about, putting some type of spin on it so he may not hit that penetrating ball as he comes in, and then you can pass him. But again, it comes down just to fundamentals, keeping your eye on the ball, hitting a deep serve, back 3 feet, and do what he just did.
And just
there.
do that.
Yeah, right there's what I tell him to do.
Good idea, Kyle. Great suggestion. Just passing winner shots. Okay. 2-3, here we are.
And for Matthias, I still think going to that backhand of Chad that just doesn't have a lot of spin or pace.
It's not a penetrating shot is
Right.
what I'm seeing. It's steady.
Right. And he's actually been able to flatten it out, push it down the line, and just hit a winner there. So maybe slightly deceptive, but hit again. That return just isn't deep enough to go in. So back to what we've said over and over: hit some depth on that return of serve, even if it's maybe not with as much pace, with a little more height, because Chad's not going to rip that backhand. So depth, and maybe give yourself a little more time to get all the way in and spread your wings.
And that's why with a little bit of height on the ball, that's where you buy a lot of time.
He did better there, but that was a great. I mean, that's what I would do if I was Matthias. But Chad hit the perfect shot.
Perfect shot in that case. Sometimes that's when you just say, "Nice shot, opponent.
And in my mind, I say I'm still going right back to that same spot.
Mm-hmm.
But if Chad can repeat that.
We're in timeout here.
Yeah, we are. So we'll take a brief 1-minute break here with the score.
5-3, Chad over Matthias.
We'll be back in 1 minute.
And we're back in after that timeout. It was a very smart timeout taken by Matthias. If you got to take the timeouts, you got to change the pace, you got to break the momentum, something different.
6-3. Chad got to the net. You don't see him do that very often. He's been baselining it mostly.
Wow. That was an outstanding dropper right there. But what I liked he did, he pulled Matthias over the backhand, pulled him over to the backhand, get Matthias to kind of settle in, and then he sent a little dropper down to the forehand. Impossible to get to on Matthias's part. And it looks like we called another timeout.
Well, just in time to come back maybe after this commercial break. Here we are at 7-3. Chad continues his scoring onslaught. Matthias, wow. Hit just a good enough ball. Chad couldn't get to it. So Matthias now finally gets his serve back, coming in at 3-7.
Yeah.
Matthias scored there. Here we come in at 4-7. Matthias with an aggressive serve, short return from Chad. Matthias gets to the net, pushes it over first to the forehand, and then an amazing clean backhand.
Seems to be a really good strategy working out for Matthias right there. If he can get that nice deep serve in with a lot of power on it.
That he strikes from right at his navel. Well, that one was lower. That was more hip.
That's beautiful angle shot. That's that soft angle I kind of like seeing Chad use as much as he can. Because even if Matthias gets over to it, he's probably going to pop it up a little bit. But it's not an easy shot to hit.
I
wish I was watching there. I didn't see for sure if that one caught or not.
Looks like the referee agreed with him. I couldn't tell from my angle, but, you know, Matthias tries to make the best calls he can.
Yeah.
Doesn't mean we can't make mistakes, but he does try to make the best calls he can. But the referee agreed, so.
Deep ball. Wow. For Chad to be able to fight off those 2 deep shots. You know, when you listen to these announcers online and you wonder what it's like for them, we're getting a good feel of that. It's not easy. It's like 120 degrees in the tent. So I'm going to give a lot more respect and not critique those announcers from here forward. So for whatever critique we're getting right now, appreciate it. We welcome you to come out Thursday, Friday, or Saturday and help us with the announcing. But bring your own umbrella.
Here we are, 5-7. I see Paul Olin strolling over and watching the match now, looking to see who his next opponent might be. Ah, a little net tipper, smart pickleball play right there. A lot of people would like to patent that shot. So that makes it 6-7. Sent that shot just a little bit wide. Again, Matthias hit a very deep serve. One thing I thought Chad did well is he didn't really let the serve push him back too much. He just couldn't get in too quickly.
Oh.
It is 8-7 Matthias.
While they have gone toe-to-toe, Matthias's willingness to come to the net, I think, just gives him that extra edge up to this point. We're at 8-7, timeout called. We'll be back in 1 minute. Chad.
Chad really wants to get this game, take it to 3.
Matthias got the first game. He just scored there, making it 9-7 here in game 2. The winner of this will move on to the gold medal match and be the 2022 Senior Men's Open TOC champion.
Well, we got to face Paul Olin in that match. Paul's wandering around here carrying a couple water bottles, hydrating, getting ready to go.
Paul was the 2019 champion. Matthias was the 2021 champion. There was not a 2020, so the 2 former champions, if Matthias pulls this off, we're at 7-9, Chad serving. Chad needs to make a run here. And there's one.
There is one air.
8-9.
I like the idea of that shot. He just sent it just a little bit wide, a little bit high, a little bit wide.
From my experience, if I'm leading and my opponent's coming back on me and scores a couple points in a row, makes it tight, I feel that extra pressure. I think the pressure's on the person that had the lead. You know, then if you fault out or don't win on your next service opportunity, you tense up a little bit more. So I think it would be good for Matthias to score soon. Whoa.
Look at that. Looked like it painted a line.
Yeah, both lines, very possibly. Yeah, that's what Matthias just said.
Matthias agreed with that. Chad really needed that. So it is 9-9, correct?
It's 8-9, wrong service position.
No.
That's a fault on.
Oh.
Yeah, we saw that one coming.
Oh, that's unfortunate on Chad's part.
Darn it.
That's an unfortunate error on Chad's part. Serving from the wrong side of the court. It sounded like he said there was a fault call. He lost track of time and just didn't get into the right spot when he walked back into the court.
And it's easy to happen. You have other thoughts going through your mind.
You do, and you're tired.
Right.
Oh, Matthias,
Gave
what
it back
a
to
nice guy.
Yeah. So let's see if Chad knows what side to serve from here.
Chad is, well, Matthias walked to the right side of the court, and Chad's very laughingly said thank you.
Yes.
I don't think. Matthias wanted to refer that call to the referee. The referee just said he was not on the right side of the correct side of the ball to see it, so they had to call the ball in.
Once a player defers to the referee, you cannot go back and rechange your call. So the proper call here will be it's a point. Some unhelpful help from the crowd.
From the crowd.
Classic term from Chad.
Lovely out of Chad.
Yes.
So we're all tied up 9-9.
As the tournament ramps up, the first day of the tournament being singles, you have your singles players come, but really the masses come for the doubles, which will be starting tomorrow. We see some of these men rolling in. Wes Gabrielson, Tao, Kevin Booth. I saw Jen Dawson a little bit ago.
Wow, that was an outstanding pickup by Matthias right there.
I mean, that's high-level athleticism.
They were running side to side. I mean, the gets that Chad just made were outstanding. And then that dropper, Matthias that's demoralizing almost. To watch Chad dig those out.
So we're at 10-9.
It's a big point right here for Chad.
Chad might call a timeout, but he chose not to.
Good deep serve.
Match point, short return. It's not going to look good for.
Oh, he got over to it, but couldn't do anything with it. Looks like we've got a bronze medal winner right here. No, we got a bronze medal winner right here, Chad.
Yes, moving on, Matthias to the gold medal match against Paul Olin. It should be up here in 10 to 15 minutes. We'll be back with you.
Here, we take time together and brave the plunge into new waters. Here, we explore fresh territory. We try new things. We create lifelong memories and steer ourselves to brighter shores. Here, we can truly discover and see the world through different eyes. Here, it's easy to make new friends and learn how to soar. Here, our land of sky and water is yours too. Welcome to Box Elder County. Here, we take time together and brave the plunge into new waters. Here, we explore fresh territory. We try new things. We create lifelong memories and steer ourselves to brighter shores. Here, we can truly discover and see the world through different eyes. Here, it's easy to make new friends and learn how to soar. Here, our land of sky and water is yours too. Welcome to Box Elder County. Here, we take time together and brave the plunge into new waters. Here, we explore fresh territory. We try new things. We create lifelong memories and steer ourselves to brighter shores. Here, we can truly discover and see the world through different eyes. Here, it's easy to make new friends and learn how to soar. Here, our land of sky and water is yours too. Welcome to Box Elder County. Here, we take time together and brave the plunge into new waters. Here, we explore fresh territory. We try new things. We create lifelong memories and steer ourselves to brighter shores. Here, we can truly discover and see the world through different eyes. Here, it's easy to make new friends and learn how to soar. Here, our land of sky and water is yours too. Welcome to Box Elder County.
men's gold final. This is the Senior Men's Open 2022 gold medal final between Matthias Johansson and Paul Olin. Kyle Klein and Christine Barksdale here calling the match.
We have a certified referee over there, Leslie Frank. She's been refereeing for about 3.5 years. She's out of Pasadena, California. She'll keep these two guys in line. I'm pretty sure they're going to need it extra, you know, make sure they keep behaving.
We have seen these matches go through the day. Matthias has pushed himself after having an injury early in the morning all the way back to the gold medal match. We'll see what he has left in the tank. He just won a grueling bronze medal match. Paul's rested, but maybe a little rusty. We'll see what they both bring to the table here.
It is a hot day here in Brigham City, Utah.
Cloud cover would be welcomed, but not happening. Well, Matthias isn't going to just roll over. He lets that be known on this first point.
He won the coin toss, so he got to serve first.
I think the movement that hurts Matthias the most is that backhand reach. That's when I see him wince in pain. So
He seemed to have struggled to get back out of that position just a little bit.
While Chad was a great player last match in the bronze medal, Paul brings just another gear to his shots.
He does. And you know what? I made a mistake in my last match when Chad is a tennis player, was a tennis player, played some 4-5 USTA tennis.
Thank you for that correction.
So that's where some of his stroke come from. His nice forehand stroke comes from. I should have asked him if he used a one-handed or two-handed backhand. It would have been interesting to see what he translated over to pickleball.
Yes. But I think you gave good analysis saying that there just wasn't enough room there on the handle for him. So he's, whatever he used to do, he's modified his swing so he gets his hand wrapped way up around the bottom part of the paddle. All right, Paul's now scored. We're at 1-1.
As we watched Paul give him a little smirk for Matthias hitting that net tipper just over his paddle. Gotta love the great sportsmanship we've seen out here all day by all of these guys. Everybody wanting to make the most fair call that they can.
If Matthias can keep that up for 4 more games, he's got a shot. Actually, it would only be 3 because 2 in a game to 15.
A game to 15.
Paul is on the winning side, so he just needs to win this 2 out of 3. Matthias would have to win that and then come back to try for the double dip.
Something they still do here on the senior pro side here at the PPA. Well, they don't do that in the pro draw. Is that correct?
Yeah, they keep the pro gold medal matches for what we're going to have a championship Saturday. 5 matches, both singles, both men's and women's doubles, and mixed doubles will be a spectacle to see here in Brigham City on Saturday, running from 10 to 4 or whenever they end. Nice overhead finish there by Paul.
Is that 10 Brigham time?
Yes.
And where will the viewers be able to find those matches? Do you know?
It's going to be on a Fox Sports affiliate.
Okay. We'll try to get more information for you on that.
Yes.
Paul didn't look happy about that. He must have missed that shot just a little bit wide. Looked very unhappy.
When you think of Gamma players, who do you think is the most well-known Gamma player? Anybody besides Paul? I think Paul's their top known player.
Paul's the first one that comes to mind that I know of. Does Vicky Foster, she also a Gamma player?
She has been, yes.
Vicky Foster, another senior
Senior
pro
player,
player.
yep.
I know she was one of the
Arizona area.
first early winners of nationals.
Yeah, her name was multiple-time winner before we saw the names of Jennifer LaCour and Christine Barksdale come into the singles realm.
Vicky Foster. I had a chance to play a little bit with Vicky Foster at the Orchards a few weeks ago in Phoenix.
Yes.
Fun day.
Vicky's taught tennis and pickleball for a long time, longer than most anybody else has been playing.
And she's a solid lefty, which is a fun partner to have.
Yes. 3-3 here in game one. What I saw on that, Paul hit a nice approach deep enough, but as Matthias tried to hit it, all of his weight was on his back foot, whether it's just because his body's bothering him, but he couldn't shift and have that leaning into his shot. He then shanked it, hit it high and long. Body positioning, like you talked about earlier. Matthias grabbing at his back there.
You could see him just, that's that position he struggles to get in and out of. It's that stretching to the backhand side, right?
Yeah. He must be grabbing on him.
Like you were mentioning, I do think, it's super important, especially, for your groundies when you're playing any shot low and forward. Do you agree, Kyle?
Yes, I mean, I was getting to that point where you were talking about Chad earlier, where he was constantly getting his body in good position, even when his partner had more, or his opponent had more power, was hitting the aggressor shot. Chad did a good enough job with his footwork. He was still constantly leaning into his shot, was able to hit one more. That's how you extend rallies. That's how you win points. Obviously, if you can, you want to be the one on offense, but to stay in a shot, not hit into the net, not to shank it long, not to miss it off your paddle, your footwork is the #1 thing you have to work on. And so if you're out there trying to go from a 3-0 to a 3-5 or a 3-5 to a 4-0, anticipating, getting your feet set, keeping that ball in the right hitting zone, catching out front, those are the simple things you do, whether it's singles or doubles.
Footwork drills, I think, do an amazing thing. And, it's really why you see a lot of tennis players come in and be very successful quickly, is because of their ability to get their feet in the proper position.
I know one of the first people that really worked on footwork drills and even did some videos with it was the great Wes Gabrielson. He would both from the baseline and from the kitchen line would do.
Wes Gabrielson is an amazing player here in town for the weekend to play with the big dog from Head Pickleball, Eric Lang.
Ooh. Yeah.
That was a great grab.
It was. I think if Matthias was full speed, he would have come cross court and tried to continue that rally, but he gave what he could give to see if he could get it past Paul, and Paul did just enough.
I think he demonstrated a little wisdom there. Let the ball just bounce, let it go for the next one.
He's going to have to manage this game, and pick and choose his battles, know the points that he can take, and which then minimize. If you can go for every single point, you just lay it all out there. He's going to have to thread the needle to win here and just win every point he has the opportunity and let the ones go that he doesn't. Like that.
That was pretty.
That's why he's won a lot of matches.
Well, and you know what? He just does such a good job. Paul's driving that shot to his backhand. He's not hitting it with his backhand. He's moving his feet around the ball, taking it with a forehand, and hitting a very pretty drive. Missed that one a little bit wide, but he hit it with his backhand, right?
Right, you just said he wasn't able to get around that, so went wild with the backhand. 5-4 here in game one, the gold medal match. 2022 TOC, founded by John Golo. This year sponsored by Club Pickleball.
In the amazing Brigham City, Utah. that has built just an outstanding facility here.
I have heard whispers that there might be another 8 courts in the future for the facility as they try to maintain a place in the pickleball world.
It's good, you know, it really brings a lot of people into town, and you know, if people really want a relaxing time, Utah is my favorite state.
It's amazing how many families in this small community, the number of people that come out that are not high-level pickleball players but love the interaction with family and friends, spending a couple hours together. On any given evening here, you'll see all 24 courts full. Families, friends, grandparents, grandchildren together playing. So it's really been a great thing for this community and just continues to grow along with the rest of the world continues to grow. That was a great down the line shot by Matthias. He couldn't have hit that any cleaner.
And you can just see it. You can see when he gets in position, he gets the ball just right, gets it right out in front of him. It's just such a pretty clean shot.
Yep. Yeah. When Matthias can keep that ball in front of him when he gets his feet in the right place, he's so potent. He can go either way with the ball, and you end up reacting instead of anticipating, and that's just not good.
Right. When you start to reacting instead of anticipate, that's tough.
What do you think this new generation of paddle does for players? I know neither of these two are using them, but we've had a little bit of conversation through the day here. These grippier paddles, if I can use that term, these carbon fiber paddles, how do you think it'll change the game?
You know,
think about that for a minute.
I will.
I'll come back to you on that. I'll call this alone for a second. Christine gets to go meet with the upper brass of the tournament this year. Again, we want to thank John Gullo and his vision, everything that he's brought to this game and what it's turned into. Without him, we would have never had the start of a professional tour. And now we have players making a very good living off of this sport that so many have come to love and just play whenever we have free time. Lob by Matthias didn't work out like he had hoped. Paul finished off pretty easily. Six here in first game. Oh, I made Matthias reach. And Matthias has a great reach. Paul hit the ball he needed to hit there. Here we are at 7-6. Deep serve. Matthias just couldn't get to that and hit it cleanly. Okay, 8-6. Paul's on a bit of a run. I think if he scores much more, Matthias is going to probably take his second time out here in game one. But Matthias hit an amazing shot there. He's done that a couple times where he cross courts, cuts under the ball, and it just sits where he puts it. Like a golf shot when you go backspin coming into the green, you can just bring that ball back to you. And that's what he did right there. Matthias wiping off the perspiration, getting into position. Coming in here at 8-6. Paul extends that backhand, one-handed backhand really well. Matthias was able to close it off and finish it though. It's time for Matthias to make his run. All right, so here we are at 6-8. This is Matthias's chance to pull himself back into this game, and he gets the first one.
So
oh, I'm sorry. There we go. Okay, I thought it was out. Matthias sometimes doesn't make his calls very loud.
So we came in back from a timeout, is that correct? And Matthias took that point?
He did. It's now 7-8.
Okay.
Hopefully you were able to negotiate your contract with for this broadcasting well there, Christine.
I did. It takes a little extra effort, but had to go out and work on a raise.
There you go. Paul's able to drive the ball low and deep enough. Matisse just couldn't get that third over the net. I think whoever gets game one will mentally have the opponent for game two. I don't see it going 3. If Matisse gets this, I think we go to a game to 15. I think if Paul gets it, I think Matisse will.
We're gonna have to see how your ESP is today, Kyle Klein.
9-7 here. Matisse is gonna take his second timeout at game one. We'll be right back with you. Well, we're back quickly here in this first game. 9-7 Paul soaring to Matisse, and boy, that ball rolled right on the net. Just didn't come back over. You know, the wind has changed directions. It had been from the north, and now we see it straight west with maybe even just a slight southwest angle. That ball.
Which puts it cutting right across the court now, right? Not lengthwise, but.
Yeah. And if it would have been, oh, that was long. He did call it. If that would have, that last shot by Matisse would have been 30 minutes ago, I think that would have rolled over. Here we are at 7-10. Matisse needs to dig deep. Calls that ball out. You can see the referee getting just a little annoyed with Matisse's non-verbal calls.
It makes it very difficult to know. You know, he does really need to make the calls one way or the other so that she makes it easier to keep track of the score.
Right. Here we are at 9-10. This is the moment. Oh boy. Matisse got that one over the net. Oh. Went back behind Paul. Now he's going to go cross. Paul's there. This is what we came to see.
Oh, he missed that jump ball just a little bit wide.
Darn.
He was super smart in his decision to go back behind Paul versus cross court, which is where Paul was anticipating. But Paul still prevailed in that point.
Okay, Paul's doing a couple push-ups before he gets ready for his game point opportunity as he finds the ball under the bleachers. And looks like Paul called a timeout. So we are here at 10-9, game 1. We'll take a quick break and be right back with you.
Sounds good.
Hand slice, got game 1 here, 11-9.
We're going to find out shortly. You seem to think that whoever pulled out this first game was going to prevail in the match. You sticking with that thought process?
Yeah, I'm feeling pretty good about my thought process there, but ask my wife. I've been known to be wrong on a lot of things.
Trudy'd never say that.
But all day today, Paul has just had that extra ounce, been able to get just what he needs to get to win the game or win a match. So I think here he feels he's one game away from recapturing the title as the Senior Men's Open Tournament Champions champion, and earning another banner with his picture up on the wall of fame we have here in Brigham City. If you ever have a chance to come down and see that we have the historical winners from each year from 2017 through 2021 with their banner up hanging from the light posts between each of the courts. So there's some 30 different winners over the years up on these courts.
A lot of history, a lot of pickleball history here.
Lots of fun names up there. From Cammie McGregor to Kyle Yates to the more recent ones like Anna Lee Waters and Jesse Irvin.
Gotta love it.
All those names are here again this year. Scott Moore, I saw him
briefly, yes.
pull in as well. Rick Witzkin is here. All right, we're getting ready to start back in on game number 2. I believe Paul will be serving. Checking with Matisse.
Yes, I believe Matthias started the first game, so we'll see Paul starting this game.
That backhand reach has just been his kryptonite. I know he just can't do what he would normally do. All right, 1-0. Oh, Matisse, being the champion that he is not giving up. What a battle. Got that lob.
Oh, that's tough.
Gosh.
That's going to hurt.
Yeah, I mean, he knows he only has so much in the tank, and he got stuck in that point, giving him a little bit more, and to not come out with regaining the serve is not what he was looking for there. Paul stayed in control, finally got the overhead, didn't miss it.
I'm just not feeling that Paul doesn't seem tired, fatigued, aching in any way, shape, or form. I feel like just his fitness is really playing a huge role in this match.
Oh. Great shot, but more limping.
Well, again, not what he was looking for. Missing the serve. Here comes Paul. Approaching on that backhand side.
What I like Paul does, you know, he takes, the referee calls the score. Paul takes a pause, takes a breath, and then serves the ball. I like that he's not rushing it.
I love that you pointed that out. I wish every player would do exactly what you said. So many players rush not just the play, but it doesn't give them that chance to stop, focus, design in your head what you're looking for, whether it be your serve or what you're going to try to do on your third shot. But so many players are hitting the ball as the referee is calling the score, and obviously it's a fault if they hit it before the score is finished, but it just mentally isn't good for you. And even to take that one step further, when we're playing rec play or in tournaments where you call your own score, when people are calling the score as they're striking the ball, multiple problems with that in my opinion. One, if the score is wrong, you can't correct yourself. Two, you're thinking about the score instead of striking the ball. And three, it's often annoying for your opponent. So your advice there was wonderful, Christine. Everybody should take that extra second. All three of you that are listening, wait, take that extra second, have the score called, and then hit the ball.
Yeah, there's no rush. You don't need to rush it.
All right, we have a timeout called by Matthias. It's 5-0 for Paul. You can tell that he's struggling to end, but again, he's not going to just hang it up. He's going to play his best, see if something can come together for him, and if he can win a few points, change the direction of this match, and somehow come back. But right now, Paul has that commanding lead and seems to have the formula that's working.
He definitely does seem to be in control and fulfilling your prophecy.
That's not I thought you might use that word. I'll use the word guess.
You know who we do have watching or had been watching was the famous Chris Anderson.
Oh, everybody loves Chris Anderson.
Everybody loves Chris Anderson. He is an outstanding player, an outstanding person, an outstanding representative in pickleball in general. Chris Anderson, one of the great senior pros out there.
Say this endearingly, she is a court rat. Seen her at many tournaments, being the last person on any courts until the lights go out, sometimes trying to find ways to make the lights come back on. She will play with anybody that's willing to pick up the paddle and give her a challenge. I've really enjoyed Chris the years that she's been here for the tournament and other events we've watched her play. She's a champion player and a champion person.
Agreed, 100%. And Chris is a competitor. You give her any sort of game, board game, euchre, you name it. Chris is in.
Paul missed that last serve coming out of the timeout and then immediately called a timeout. And
it was an interesting strategy on his part. I wonder what he was thinking.
Yeah. Matthias did get himself on the board there, so we're now at 1-5.
See if he can string together some points right now. That's such a good deep serve. I love it.
It was a great serve. He did what he needed to do there. He just missed the shot.
He did, right. He followed it up with a nice deep shot to the backhand. Just missed it a little long. It was the right spot, though. It was setting him up for a nice point. Great chess play there.
No, he'd take that back if he could have it. He got wild with his forehand. He ran around it, like you said earlier. He's not letting it get to his backhand, but he then just pushed it too far. Oh. 3 unforced errors on 3 swings.
Here we are with Paul serving 7-1 in game 2 of the gold medal match here. It's Tournament of Champions. Senior Pro.
The last two defending champions here playing each other. They see each other quite often on this senior circuit. Paul has the better of Matisse today. 8-1. Ooh.
You can see Matthias a little wrong-footed there, just didn't even regain his footing. Gave Paul kind of an easy opening.
I think Matthias thought the ball was going to go out and that Paul was going to let it go out. And then the last second, Paul said, I'm not going to.
He decided to finish it.
Yes. That's why you stay ready. You never know when the ball's going to come back. But oh,
that's a great dipper over the net. We got game point here, match point.
We do, championship point. First game was tight, 11-9. Matthias really emptied the tank on that game. After having a grueling bronze medal match. And there we see.
There we have it.
Paul cleaned the end of this match nicely, and the champions of both are embrace at center court. Glad to have had these two out here competing today. Great day of senior men's singles. Gold medalist Paul Olin. For Christine Barksdale, I'm Kyle Klein. Thank you for watching today. We'll be back tomorrow.